Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got that. I'm the king. It's a that. I'm the king. I got that. I'm the king. It's a that. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
It was a record year. New winners, new tracks, a new king, and new champion. We saw chaos, we saw anger, we saw raw emotion. We witnessed it all, and now, a new year, a new start, a fresh beginning. Who will become the nation's best? Who will reign victorious? It all starts now.
Good evening and welcome to the Rocket Raceway Park. We're live here on the RCR Designs pre-race show on Racing Dirt TV as well as on Race on Texas. Bryce Hall here with tonight's and this weekend's infield pit reporter, Pat Graham. Pat, we'll start right at the top this season. It's a brand new season for the USMTS Modifieds. We kick off the 43 Trek for a $100,000 top prize here tonight in Petty, Texas. The Summit Racing Equipment USMTS Modifieds presented by Racing Dirt. 76 cars here tonight to kick off this season.
We pulled in, and I wasn't here last night like you guys were, and just the seeing 76 cars and that in the pits, and the track and the facility is awesome. I'd never been here before, but just an electric feel in the pits, and like it is, it's the Super Bowl to kick off the year.
Yeah, looking at this field tonight, just a stellar field of cars. Like we said, 76 entries. We kind of touched on that. $100,000 to win the points this season. That was recently announced. S&S Fishing and Rental making that possible in memory of Leon Ramirez. So we come out of 2021 with all those single-day 5,000 and 10,000 win shows. We're going to do it again in 2022. Now for $100,000. It's just crazy how the modified world continues to elevate.
It is, and it was really cool to see, the posts this week of guys getting loaded up and guys coming down here, new wraps, new cars. They're in new chassis. It was cool to see for Derek Ramirez, the champ's on his way, and that was pretty cool to see. It kind of just a little bit. Obviously he's got, had a bad run these last few months with what all's happened with his dad and everything, but it was just cool to see, hey, the champ is back and he's here, and I was really happy to see him here as well.
Looking to the rookie field this year, the Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year, that prize is going to be worth $10,000 a year in, so that's doubled as well. And this rookie crop, great like it was last year. Pat, you being from Central Iowa, kind of want to touch on some of the drivers that are going to be in that rookie field. Kyle Brown, we saw him. He's going to run this season. Dylan Thornton as well, taking a shot at it. Going to be interesting to see what Caden Carter does as well. He's going to be rookie eligible. He's running in Zach Vanderbeek's car this weekend. That's just three of several others that are going to be competing for that Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year.
That is, and that's really cool. And a lot of them, you guys maybe not have heard their names down here, but we all have up there. And I've raced either with them or against them at many different levels. I raced with Dylan in the stock cars at the USRA Nationals. But very talented group, and they win a lot of races up there. You may not have heard of them down here, but you will, and that's the cool part about it, and that's how it works. Whether it was like Tanner Mullins coming up there, people hadn't heard of him. I compare it to that.
Yeah, Kyle Brown, he's jumped in the car a few times with USMTS, had some top 10 runs. Of course, he started running USRA there at Hamilton County Speedway in Webster City, Iowa. But looking at the other two, like you said, Dylan Thornton, an absolute stock car ace. We saw that at the Nationals. And then Caden Carter, he's earned the nickname Gas Man in Southern Iowa as well, 14-time winner last season. So interested to see those guys take on some of the other rookies as well. Colton Horner, just to name a few that are joining that field this year.
Well, and the cool thing is, like you mentioned, but $10,000 to win. It's been $5,000 in the past for the youngins Rookie of the Year. So that's even cooler that that is ramped up as well as the point fund money.
Talking about some of the other front runners that we tend to discuss here in the USMTS, of course, Derek Ramirez, fresh off that national championship run, looked good last night at practice. If this thing slicks off like it did last night at practice, look for him to be up front. And of course, Rodney Sanders had a great run at the Wild West Shootout out of Vado. Tanner Mullins, and the list just continues to go on and on.
And it does. And I was all walking through the pits today. The who's who of USMTS is here, and it was cool to see, Jason Hughes and all the normal clientele, whether it be Terry Phillips, and everybody is back. And like I said, a lot of new colors on some of these guys' cars, some new sponsors out there. Seeing Caden Carter, seeing Zach post from home that he's watching from home and going to be watching, and it's just a lot of cool things and a lot of new storylines for this season.
Yeah, you talked about Zach Vanderbeek's program. He's on baby watch these next few days here, so he's put Caden Carter behind his car. But he's got another one of those Rookie of the Year contenders. Of course, Shane DeVolder going to be permanently out of the Vanderbilt race car stable as well this season. And then the new looks. One of them we got to bring up is that sharp-looking ride for Jake Tim as well. The Gorilla Mill sponsorship on that big gorilla on the back of the quarter panel of the 49. That's pretty cool to watch, too.
That is, and I saw that, like you see the pictures that were posted and that. And I think it was Mississippi Thunder had talked about that too. It's great to see new sponsors coming into the sport, and that's part of like being on the Race and Dirt broadcast and being at all these live events. They can tell their sponsors, hey, it's going to be seen by this many people, and that's what grows the sport from this local racing to nationwide like it is today.
So we've talked about two groups of racers. We talk about the series regulars. We talk about the rookies of the year. There's a ton of great modifieds that come out of the state of Texas, particularly, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, North Texas as well. Those guys, we've seen them knock off wins. Jack Sarton did it a few seasons back. Baudet has done it. Jason Ingalls won down in South Texas as well. So you got to outrun the regulars here in Texas as well as all the drivers that chase the USMTS.
And that's a cool part about it, like you said. Rodney Sanders and Kenny Gaddis and his son are here, and Sean, they're tough down in this area. And for many years there was, they'd be in Houston or they'd be, there was a lot of those races. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only event in Texas this year. So that's good. That's cool for them. This is their local event.
Yeah, if you want to run with these USMTS guys, there's one shot this season. Of course, a lot of great regional USRA modified racing takes place down here, but yeah, the only national event for the USMTS this season. Let's touch on the racetrack a little bit. You kind of hit on it earlier, and then we talked a little bit off air as well, just how beautiful this facility is and what a great job they did on the racetrack last night for practice.
Yeah, and I'll give Kevin a big shout out. I was up at a seminar with him up in Kansas City a few weeks ago, and he was telling me all about it and things they'd done, and it did not do it justice. And like we both know, he's a salesman. It still did not do it justice. It's beautiful. The track looks great. It's super clean. I like that. Everything looks clean. The restrooms, the signage. I mean, it just looks like a USMTS event when I pulled in the gate, and that's what matters.
So once again, that's Pat Graham here. I'm Bryce Hall. We're live here on the RCR Designs pre-race show on Racing Dirt TV as well as on Race on Texas. We are going to step aside, take a quick commercial break. We'll be back here in the next few moments with segment number 2.
Hey race fans, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I have some exciting news. Mel Hamilton Ford Racing has started a rewards program just for you. For every dollar that you spend with MH Ford Racing, 5% will go back on your rewards card. It even applies to the wraps that you buy at BCC. All you have to do is purchase race gear, race fuel, tear-offs, wraps, etc., and you'll receive 5% on every sale. Reward dollars can be redeemed at all 3 of our locations, Mel Hamilton Ford, Mel Hamilton Quick Lane, and Big Corner Creative. It's that easy. Buy all your racing needs from us and get 5%. Sign up for reward cards today, in person, or give us a call. Mel Hamilton Ford. Experience the difference.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race man, the C-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33C.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Welcome back here to Petty, Texas, to the Rocket Raceway Park here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. It's the season opener here, the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. We're live here on the RCR Designs pre-race show on Racing Dirt TV. For segment number 2, Eric Chesterman, who's going to be on the call with me this weekend, has joined us here, and Eric will continue to echo what we've said all weekend long. Just a great event coming up here tonight. 76 USMTS Modifieds, great field to support class cars as well, as we are just moments away as track prep continues here behind us at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Yeah, you know, other than selfishly wanting to start this thing at home back in Wichita, Kansas, I couldn't think of a better way to start the year. I'll echo what Pat said, too. The facility, absolutely amazing. I know both Kevin Sester and Kevin Rogers have worked their absolute tails off. They've got this place in shape. Man, if we see anything the next 2 nights like what we saw last night just for practice, it's going to be one hell of a show this weekend here at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Yeah, we talked about the progression of the racetrack last night. It ran through all stages, started out a little bit on the heavy side, went right through, slicked up. 3 seconds the difference in lap times, roughly 3 seconds as how much the track slowed down by the end of the night, but stayed wide top to bottom. That'll produce a great racetrack here tonight as they continue to put the finishing touches on that. We're going to start at the top once again. Like we said, $100,000 to win the points this season, a $5,000 to win show here tonight for the USMTS Modifieds, $10,000 to win tomorrow night. It's brought the cars out, 70-plus racers here tonight. What are we looking for, Eric? You put us on the spot last night with some picks on the radio show, so who are you looking at coming in here tonight, number 1?
Well, you know, to kind of go back to what you were saying about the championship points fund, not only did the USMTS Series knock it out of the park last year with how much each individual race is, but Man, when you're talking about going for $100,000, that has now put the USMTS Series in the echelon of the World of Outlaw late model guys, the Lucas Oil Dirt late model series, World of Outlaw sprint cars. We're talking about a series that is at the top level of dirt motorsports in the entire United States, and it all starts right here at Rocket Raceway Park. You know, I couldn't be more excited. As far as who I'm looking for, I said it last night, I think Rodney Sanders here, night one, he's going to continue where he left off at Vado Raceway Park. Picked off 4 wins down there early in January. A little bit of a down year by his standards. I think you're going to see him continue to find that, you know, stay in that groove that he found earlier in January at Rocket Raceway Park. The other guy that I look for, again, Leon Ramirez, you know the story behind that. You feel for the Ramirez family. You know we're all praying for him. I think Derek Ramirez is going to get it done tomorrow night as well. He's going to want to put one in the bank early in the year for his dad.
Yeah, great field of cars. Like we said, a great local contingency of cars as well. We talked to Tanner Mullins last night as well out of the Wichita, Kansas area, so it's going to be a great field to watch here this evening. We'll kick it off with qualifying. We're going to kind of give the rundown of how the qualifying works. You'll qualify by your heat race. You draw for your heat race group. They will come out. They will qualify. Top 4 drivers will invert on the front 2 rows, meaning the quickest qualifier starts second row on the outside. From there, passing points apply. Then we will have a set of B mains. We'll get the exact number of that, probably be 3 or 4 with 76 cars here tonight. And, of course, tonight's $5,000 to win a main. That's how the program will run. We also kind of touched on the qualifying format last night. An interesting shakeup now as we're in year number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that qualifying format, as much as the point fund increase and the race fund increase, I think the qualifying format really is another thing that helped bring more and more cars to each USMTS event. Drivers now don't have to be scared to go draw in at the beginning of the night and worry about what pill they draw. They know they can overcome that. All that pill serves is to form the heat race groups. Now, it really is in the driver's hands when they hit the racetrack, and racers love it when it's in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at this field, like we said, we've touched on Rodney Sanders, Derek Ramirez, Tanner Mullins. Those were kind of the top 3 we were going to keep an eye on coming into this season since Jake O'Neill has gone late model racing. Those drivers that were 5th and 6th in points last year, Lucas Schott managed the top 5 despite being winless with the series last season. Dustin Sorensen notched out a couple of wins and finished 6th as well. I'd look for those 2 to be quick here this evening also.
Well, when you think about the fact that Jake O'Neill had 10 wins on the year, and he's not going to be a regular on the tour this year because he's stepped into the late model side of things, you figure out there's 10 wins on the board for these guys to go get. And talking about Lucas Schott and Dustin Sorensen, those are both 2 guys that you maybe would have expected to win more races last year had it not been for that 0 Jake O'Neill. So I look for those guys to pick off a couple in other races as well. Another guy that I'm around just about every day back home in Wichita, so call it a homer pick. I really look for Tyler Davis to finally step over the edge. He's the guy that I think is going to get his first race win with the USMTS Series before any other new winner this year. Look for that 65 to be strong out of the gate. They've changed a lot, and he's gritting his teeth wanting to get this done.
We'll continue to run down the list here. You mentioned Jason Hughes last night as well. Kind of talked about him potentially having a good run, a very good run, King of America weekend here towards the end of the month. He ran very well at the 81 Speedway to finish off last year. Said he really feels like he's got the ship righted. He has been winless in USMTS action since Labor Day weekend of 2017. So you know he's just as hungry as anybody.
Yeah, I didn't really know it had been that long. I knew he was winless last year. And when you think of Jason Hughes, winless and Jason Hughes aren't, words you put in the same sentence together normally. So Jason Hughes is going to be a guy, I know he's itching to get this done. And like you said, found a lot of speed towards the end of the year last year. You mentioned 81 Speedway, the Spooktacular up there, set a new fast time during qualifying at 81 Speedway up there. Much more comfortable in the race car towards the end of 2021. Look for him to come out swinging in 2022 as well.
Yeah, Terry Phillips opened the season hot here in the state of Texas last season as well, so we'll talk about TP and the 75 as well. 3 wins on the series, like we said. One of them came towards the opening part of the season at the RPM Speedway. TP's working out of a smaller trailer this weekend. He had sold the big rig to get it off and sold. Thought he had another one ready, but he's roughing it a little bit this week, so it'll be interesting to see how Terry Phillips does.
Well, a trailer never won a race, and if there's anybody that's going to pull in something smaller than normal and be able to win still no matter what, it's going to be the 75 of Terry Phillips, right? And quite frankly, this racetrack here at Rocket Raceway Park, also, you think of Humboldt Speedway, where we're going to be in just a few weeks. Those are 2 racetracks that are right up his alley. They're bull rings. He can get up on the wheel and really muscle his way around the racetrack. He started off well on the bull ring type racetracks last year, he's been another guy. Again, you wouldn't be surprised. Any of these guys we're talking about, you could continue to go on down the board. You wouldn't be as surprised if a single one of them ended up picking up a win. Terry Phillips is in that group.
Yeah, inevitably, when we talk about this stuff in the pre-race show and we're killing time right before the race, we miss somebody. We make some people mad out there because there's just so many good modifieds here that could go to USMTS victory lane. Let's touch back on some of the locals like Pat and I did there in segment number 1. I mentioned Bo Day, Jack Sarton, Jason Ingalls, all drivers that have won USMTS features in the state of Texas. Another one, Clyde Dunn Jr., he's got another sharp-looking MB Customs car back there. Little Freaky's always fun to watch, too.
Yeah, the Texas area, I haven't gotten to watch a lot of these local and regional racers out of the Texas area myself. I'm excited to get to see those guys in person. Anytime you tune into Racing Dirt and you watch an Arms Series race, the competition is absolutely top-notch. Any one of those guys capable of picking off victory here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Another Texas driver, he is a regular on the tour. We talked about him earlier. Rodney Sanders could also bring the home crown talent to their feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Bo Day's one of those drivers as well. He went 2 for 2 here at what was the 82 Speedway last year. So Bo, he's got a pretty good record coming into this deal. I know he wants to have a good run. He's already started his season as well. He's got a few laps logged as he raced out at the Vado Speedway Park. Great field to watch. Great rookie contingent as well. I believe we're going to step aside, take another quick break here on the RCR Designs pre-race show. Track prep beginning to wrap up. We'll have heat races and qualifying coming up shortly here from Rocket Raceway Park.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear? See there's opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
The United States Modified Touring Series visits Red Dirt Raceway for the first time in series history for the inaugural Fallen Hero 50 presented by Racing Dirt. The best of the best will battle it out for a $7,000 top prize and bragging rights. Watch every lap of the Fallen Hero 50 from Red Dirt Raceway live on Racing Dirt.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
A spring showcase like none other. I-35 Speedway presents the Ice Buster, featuring USRA modifieds, stock cars, B-mods, and E-mods on Saturday, March 19th from Winston, Missouri. Additional money is up for grab in all classes with no driver registration fee required in any class. Watch every lap of the Ice Buster from I-35 Speedway live with your Racing Dirt Pit Pass. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS souvenir trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Days ain't gone, a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program
So good evening once again, race fans, and welcome out to the Rocket Raceway Park here for the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals featuring the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. A few more moments here and the track prep will be wrapped up and we will be ready to go into tonight's racing program. Like we said, 76 USMTS Modifieds for tonight's 5,000 to win event tomorrow night. We'll do everything over again, but that time for 10,000 to win. So a $10,000 top prize here on night number 2 tomorrow. Everything an hour earlier for tomorrow evening's program. Looking at tonight's program, we're going to kick things off with the stock car heat races, I do believe, before we jump into modified qualifying. So I want to make sure we do get some competitive laps to roll in the racetrack before we turn the modifieds loose for their qualifying efforts here this evening. Once again, Bryce Hall here alongside Eric Chesterman. Eric, just a few moments away. The anticipation just continues to build before we officially lift the lid here in 2022.
Man, doesn't it, though? I mean, it's a moment that can't come any sooner than we all want it to, but track crew working hard on the racetrack, making sure that it's in shape so that we have some great racing action here this evening. Again, as you said, going to start off with the stock cars. We got modifieds, then we'll have limited modified heat races. After the modified qualifying, we go into the modified heat races from there. Then we got factory stocks, and that'll complete the heat race portion of the show. But 4 great divisions on hand, a packed pit area. You see them off of the top side of turn number 2. Probably don't normally see race cars up there here at the Rocket Raceway Park. And, man, it's just a beautiful, beautiful night to go racing here to kick off the 2022 season.
Yeah, taking a look here at the My Race Pass app, 149 total entries tonight in the 4 divisions that will take to the Rocket Raceway Park. Like we've said, 76 USMTS Modifieds, 32 Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods, 29 Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks, and 12 Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Cars. You know, something we haven't talked about, the debut of the USRA Stock Car Division here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Only one other track actually in the state of Texas sanctioning the USRA Stock Car Division, West Texas Raceway out in Lubbock. But that stock car class continues to grow to the lower part of the Midwest. Really excited to debut those USRA stock cars here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Kind of a blend, really, in that class that's almost similar to what we see in the modifieds. You know, you've got your local racers, but several as well that have traveled from out of town, including the state of Missouri, as well as Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arkansas. So a pretty good blend of cars in that stock car class. Man, those things race really good, too. We're going to hype those things up all weekend long. And I tell you, that addition to the weekly program here at Rocket Raceway Park going to be exciting as that class continues to build here in North Texas.
Well, we saw a similar situation last year at Humboldt Speedway in the Humboldt, Kansas area. The stock car is part of the King of America event. It's not a division that normally runs at the Humboldt Speedway. Not a ton of USRA stock cars in the Kansas area. But, man, did they show up at Humboldt Speedway last year. The smallest class on the weekend, but absolutely some of the best racing there was as well, right along with that USMTS Modified Series. So, you know, for the stock car fans here in Texas, give the USRA stock cars a chance to grow, because when they do, it'll be one of your most competitive divisions week in and week out.
Yeah, the perennial favorites, man, in the state of Texas, the factory stocks and limited mods, got a great feel to them this weekend. Like we said, 29 Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks, 32 Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA limited mods. I'd expect that to pick up a little bit tomorrow as well on Saturday night, give the guys in the Dallas area a little bit of an easier chance to get here on Saturday evening compared to a Friday. So looking for that to be a great part of the program as well. I'll tell you what, we'll just run right through the entry list here while we're waiting on things to get going for the Summit Racing Equipment USMTS Modifieds presented by Racing Dirt. Carlos Amata Jr., of course, we're running through the list here alphabetically. Carlos had a great season last year. Picked up his first career USMTS victory at the Humboldt Speedways out of El Paso, Texas. Chase Allen, you know, that's another one we forgot to kind of touch on there in pre-race. A great runner here in Texas. You never know when he's going to be out in front. He made some noise both on the track and on the microphone at the Gateway Dirt Nationals, so to speak, as well. Chase is always a character.
Yeah, you know, that's where I remember him from is the Gateway Dirt Nationals. He absolutely one of the best guys on the microphone there all weekend. Got the crowd on their feet, maybe other than the 28 and the late models himself. With the Hey Dudes going on there, Tyler Carpenter. But yeah, no, Chase Allen, great character, good racer out of the Texas area, and like you said, we could go on and on and on about the guys in this area, the local contingent that is capable of picking off a win. And I think that's what makes the USMTS Modified Series so great. Wherever they go, you've got the tour regulars, but at the same time, every local area we go to, there's always a guy that's going to show up and give those USMTS guys a run for their money. We saw that a few times last year as well.
Yeah, there were 5 new-time winners with the series last season, or first-time winners, I should say. 5 new winners in 31 races. It's pretty impressive to see 5 guys break into victory lane, considering how competitive the series was as well last season. We'll continue to run through this entry list here shortly. So getting some orders there from the boss man that we wanted to make sure we're right on, and we'll inform you of what those are, because we are going to do something a little bit different with the program here this evening. We don't want anybody getting too frustrated with us. So go ahead.
Another guy I see on the entry list here, I want to mention him out of Shawnee, Kansas, the 22B of Rick Beebe. The reason I wanted to bring that up, I have a little bit of a funny story with the 22B. I personally had no idea who he was a couple of years ago. Of course, Rick Beebe did a lot of stuff in NASCAR and ARCA racing as well. Just a great racer out of the Midwest area. The more I was able to learn about him. But Rick Beebe and I tangled up with each other in a B-Mod race once at the Lakeside Speedway. I didn't know who he was, and I had a buddy of mine go, "Hey, you know that guy you spun out in turn 2? That was Rick Beebe." And who? And I figured out who the guy was and had to make an apology to him. But good to see Rick Beebe back on the USMTS trail as well. I know that's a former USMTS driver climbing back into the A-Mods this year. And, probably going to be a little bit of a tough hill to climb for him to start the year out. But hopefully he can stick with the tour and maybe make some noise here as the year rolls on.
Yeah, a few others here on the list. Jacob Blease back on tour this season as well. Jacob had an absolutely incredible end to the 2019 racing season. He just has not captured the momentum off of that. He's not picked up where he left off there. But in 2019, he picked up a Fall Jamboree win as well as a Grant Young Hands Memorial win. So big wins for Jacob Blease. Wendell Bolden, another great local racer on that list. We've just made it through the first couple letters here of the alphabet as we work through the list. Chris Bragg, Kyle Brown, Caden Carter, a couple Rookie of the Year contenders there. Chris Clark, Corey Crapser. Corey Krabs was kind of a surprise, making the haul down from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Kerry Collins, Tyler Davis, Chris Dawson, Bo Day, we've talked about him. Shane DeVolder, Tyson Dixon, Mike Dillard, Ryan Doyen, Clyde Dunn Jr., and Joe Duvall, just to mention a few there as we run through the list on My Race Pass.
Of course, perennial crowd favorite anywhere you go. The number 91 of Joe Duvall, Big Daddy. Always a joy to talk to him. And, man, he's got a great contingent of race fans, both not only in the grandstands but on social media. He does a really good job of promoting the sport. And glad to have Joe Duvall not only here in Texas, but I think from his standpoint, with his reach on social media, a very important part of the USMTS Tour.
Oh, absolutely. Joe Duvall has as many fans in the state of Minnesota. I've seen it firsthand at Deer Creek Speedway. He's got as many fans in the state of Minnesota as he does in his home state of Oklahoma. Dan Ebert, Casey Fowler, Darren Fuquay. Fuquay, one of the drivers to change into a Mullins race car. Okay, now we've got some race cars on the track, so we'll work through that list a little bit later on through the qualifying here. Do want to let you guys know what we are going to do. We're going to let the first 2 stock car heat races out there. They will buzz the racetrack, make sure it's good to go before their heat races. We're going to run their 2 heat races and USMTS modified qualifying. Then we will come back into opening ceremonies. So we're not skipping opening ceremonies. We just want to make sure we can get our champion out there to carry the flag for that. Derek Ramirez will carry the American flag, but we are going to run 2 competitive heat races for the USRA stock cars as well as group qualifying for the USMTS modifieds before we actually hold opening ceremonies here this evening. Before we get the stock cars going, it looks like we still got some push trucks out there with them to help roll in the racetrack. We'll run through that list just a little bit longer here. Some of the USMTS modified entries. You mentioned Tyler Davis, local out of your area there, former regular to the 81 Speedway. Chris Dawson, he's always a good runner. Out of West Texas, Bo Day, Shane DeVolder, Tyson Dixon, Mike Dillard, Ryan Doyen, Clyde Dunn Jr., Joe Duvall, Dan Ebert, Casey Fowler, Darren Fuquay, Kenny Gaddis, Sean Gaddis, Fido Gallardo, Jake Gallardo, Brandon Givens, Jason Good, Brian Gunwall, Mike Hansen, Chris Hawkins, Chris Hennigan, A.J. Hoff, Chase Holland, Colton Horner, Philip Houston, Jason Hughes, Jason Ingalls, Matt Jaratowski, Tyler Cater, Chris Kratzer, Jeremy Lacoe, Lance Maury, Dylan McCowan, Justin McCoy, Wayne Melton, Robbie Minton, Tanner Mullins, Jeff Needham, Gene Nicholas, Terry Phillips, Derek Ramirez, Michael Risky, Kevin Rutherford, Rodney Sanders, Jack Sarton, Lucas Schott, Dustin Sorensen, Chris Spalding, David Tanner, Bart Taylor, Max Eddie Thomas, Dylan Thornton, Justin Thornton, Jake Tim, Tyler Townsend, Kel Westover, Ryan Wetstein, Jimmy Williams, Tyler Wolf, and Ronnie Yanasek, all on the entry list there on My Race Pass. Bit a little bit off there, didn't I? A 76-car entry list to try to run through.
Or simply put, the who's who of modified racing.
Anybody you need to see in a dirt modified. They're just
there you go.
That's in summation there. So
yeah, I'll take the easy route.
So let's take a look at our Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. We'll have 2 heat races. Again, they're going to let these guys hot lap before their heat race. We're going to run 7-lap heat races tonight according to the lineup sheet here. Heat race number 1 is going to have the 2R of Michael Risky on the front row with Shelby Williams. The driver you see rolling off into turns 1 and 2, though. The 110J, that's J.D. Jackson out of Shoto, Oklahoma, making the trip down with a new USRA stock car. He will be in heat race number 2 a little bit later on. So again, giving these stock cars a few laps here once the racetrack is rolled in. We'll run their 2 heat races, then USMTS modified qualifying, and then we will go into opening ceremonies. So once again, we'll have the national anthem after a couple of heat races and qualifying efforts here tonight for the USMTS modifieds. Douglas Distributing, the track sponsor here of the USRA Stock Car Division. Of course, Medieval Chassis, the national sponsor with the USRA Stock Car Division. Dana and Jesse Olson up in Mankato, Minnesota. They run an impressive operation there with those Medieval Chassis. Happy to have them back on board, contributing to the Stock Car Point Fund for the 2022 racing season. They typically raffle, and I say raffle off, they flat give away a USRA stock car many times at the end of the year. We've seen that at the banquets, as well as on those Facebook Live drawings when the banquets didn't take place. So Medieval Chassis, a great national supporter of the stock cars, and Douglas Distributing contributing to the stock car class here locally at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Well, and you know, our infield announcer for the weekend, Pat Graham, a stock car ace in his own right as well. Glad to have him here with us this weekend. You know, he'd love to be out there in that number 1 right now, though.
Well, that's what he said. You know, he said his dad called him and said something about actually running the modified, I think it was, just before we went on air. He said, it's not that I didn't want to race. It's just things didn't work out with work and things like that. So he had to do what made sense as well. But happy to have Pat back in the infield with us here this weekend doing all the infield reporting. He'll have heat race winner interviews in the USMTS modified as well. We'll put him to work in a little bit. He's got his headset on. He's ready to be on call anytime we jump to him. So working through hot laps, though, here for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Then we will run their 2 heat races before we get into modified qualifying and opening ceremonies here this evening for 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals. just about to wrap up hot laps here for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. A dozen USRA stock cars checked in here for night number 1, new division here to the Rocket Raceway Park. So as we get the cars waved off into the infield, we'll get things lined up here for the first of 2 heat races for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Again, we'll run their 2 heat races, then we'll run USMTS modified qualifying, and then we will come back for opening ceremonies. Go ahead and run you through the lineup of heat race number 1 here for the USRA stock cars. Michael Risky will set the pace in this one. The 2R out of Caddo Mills, Texas, and his outside from Bonham, Texas will be the 82 of Shelby Williams. Paul Peters will line up second row on the inside. The 21Ps out of Bells, Texas, alongside Little Rock, Arkansas racer Arlen Stewart in car 3. John Winters will set third row on the inside. He's out of Pattonville, Texas in the 13, with Zeb Keeper to his outside. The 2 out of Aurora, Missouri. That's how they will line up for heat race number 1 of the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. 7-lap heat races here tonight. A dozen cars check in. We mentioned a new division here to the Rocket Raceway Park. So getting everybody lined up here for the first of 2 heat races for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Mike Schrader will be doing the flagging duties here this weekend at the Rocket Raceway Park. I believe he's going to show them 1 to go this time by. So there we go. Caution lights are down. Michael Risky and Shelby Williams. Those 2 will set the pace on row 1. Paul Peters and Arlen Stewart, along with Zeb Keeper. Looks like the 13 of John Winters scratching out of the lineup here for heat race number 1. So we will go with 5 cars for 7 laps in your opening heat race here, the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. Out comes the green. We are underway. So Shelby Williams is going to show the way in the 82 out in front of this one early on. Here comes Arlen Stewart working the inside line. He'll power up ahead of the 2R Michael Risky. So Arlen Stewart quickly into the runner-up spot behind the 82 of Shelby Williams. There as we completed lap number 1. Good side-by-side race for the lead. Going to take shape off of turn 4. The 3 of Arlen Stewart down to the inside of the 82 of Shelby Williams. Will remain door-to-door off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Stewart along the inside. Williams through the middle. They'll run door-to-door once again. Paul Peters sits back in the 3rd place spot. A pair of 2s rounding out your field now. Zeb Keeper and the 2R Michael Risky. That's how they run here in heat race number 1 for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Shelby Williams out in front now. He'll begin to stretch the lead out just a bit over Arlen Stewart. First handful of laps completed here in heat race number 1 for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Of course, Medieval Chassis, the title sponsor of the USRA stock car division nationally. Douglas Distributing, a great local supporter here at the Rocket Raceway Park as we wave the white flag on this one. 1 to go in heat race number 1. Been all Shelby Williams since the drop of the green flag. The car down the back straightaway for the final time in your opening heat race. Through turns 3 and 4, checkers out. And Shelby Williams will claim the heat race win. Stewart will cross in second. Peters in third. Keeper and Risky. So your top 3 finishers, Paul Peters ends up in the 3rd place spot. Second goes to Arlen Stewart, and your heat race winner to Bonham, Texas, the 82 of Shelby Williams, your winner in heat race number 1 for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars.
Impressive win in heat race number 1 for the 82. Heat race number 2 making its way out onto the speedway. Lineup's going to look like this on the pole from Warrensburg, Missouri. Driving car number 8M, it'll be James McMillan into his outside. From Kettle Mills, Texas, the 29 is Michael Risky Sr. On the inside of number 2 from Lubbock, Texas, the 47 is Trey Melton into his outside. From Chateau, Oklahoma, the 110J is J.D. Jackson. Your final row on the inside from Hendricks, Oklahoma, the 858 is Chris Webb into his outside. From Alamogordo, New Mexico, the number 74 is Jason Joslin. So we have another 6 cars. Going to go 7 laps in distance for Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race number 2. Field getting the 1 to go signal. This time by the flag stand. Caution lights going to go out around the speedway. So one more trip at pace around the Rocket Raceway Park before heat race number 2 is set to go green. So here we go, green flag in the air. Field's going to file down into turns 1 and 2. It'll be James McMillan picking up the early lead. The 47 of Trey Melton with a good run off of the exit of turn 2. He'll jump out to the lead from that inside second row starting spot. Now he's going to slide up the racetrack. McMillan will try to race back to the outside. At the end of lap number 1, we are nearly 4 wide to the flag stand. The 47 of Trey Melton going to be your lap leader on lap number 1. Now, here comes the 74, Jason Joslin. That's a familiar name in the USRA Stock Car Division. He's got the lead through turns 3 and 4. So off of turn 4 from the back to the front, the 74, Jason Joslin, now leading heat race number 2. That's going to set him up well if he's able to hold on to that lead for tonight's A-feature event for your Stock Car Division. Right now, Joslin out front, Trey Melton, Chris Webb, J.D. Jackson, James McMillan, your top 5. Joslin continues to show the way off of turn number 4. Good race right now for the 4th and 5th spot between the 8N of McMillan and the 110 of Jackson. McMillan took over that spot at the exit of turn 2. Jackson looked like he tripped up just a little bit. So he'll pull back in line as the field files through 3 and 4 once again, this time by. Going to be 4 down, 3 laps to go for the 74 of Joslin. McMillan found his footing around the bottom side of the speedway. He's pulled up to the backside of the 858 of Chris Webb. So McMillan trying to challenge for that podium position off of turn 4. He'll get that done. McMillan back to the 3rd spot. So after some troubles early and dropping back in the field, McMillan regaining his footing and trying to drive back up into the podium position. He's got that done. Off of turn 4, white flag set to wave. One more time around for the 74 of Jason Joslin. Joslin off the bottom side of turn number 2. The field starting to tighten up for 2nd through 4th. Don't know if we're going to have enough time for anything to happen, though. Off of turn number 4, Jason Joslin going to win Stock Car Heat Race number 2. Trey Melton, James McMillan. McMillan actually made a run through 3 and 4 and got by Melton at the line. So that put Melton back to 3rd. Chris Webb, J.D. Jackson, your top 5, and Michael Risky Sr. rounds out the field for Stock Car Heat Race number 2.
About that, Jason Joslin, it's funny, I talked to him right before the races. I was getting ready to make my way over, and he said, man, I'm tired and ready to go home. You think that's changed after heat race number 1?
You know, a run like that from the back to the front will get you fired up, and that's going to set him up well for later tonight.
It was funny. He said, man, it was a long trip over, and I'm tired. Well, this will get him going. This will give him the spark he needs to enjoy his weekend here at Rocket Raceway Park. So we're just about set now for qualifying here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. First set of drivers that will take the track will compete in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. Like we mentioned in the pre-race show, top 4 qualifiers will invert on the front 2 rows, meaning the quickest qualifier starts 2nd row on the outside. 4th quickest driver starts on the pole, and from there passing points apply to line up the real Racing Wheels B mains. And of course, course, the 5,000 to win Summit Racing Equipment A-Main presented by Racing Dirt. First driver that rolls out of the track here for group qualifying in heat race number 1 will be Madrid, Iowa's Kyle Brown. That Team Harris Auto Racing 21K. Behind him, it'll be Tyler Cater racing out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Minnesota Home Improvements 5K. Ryan Doyon in this group as well, or correction to that, that's Robbie Minton. He's in the 5RX car, the Ewing Irrigation and Landscape Supply 5RX for Robbie Minton out of Lacoste, Texas. Dustin Sorensen in this group out of Rochester, Minnesota. He's in the heavy hitch number 19. There's Carlos Amata Jr. out of El Paso, Texas. He pilots the Hacienda Mechanical 65X. You see him down the back straightaway. And behind him, a familiar racer to North Texas out of Terrell, Texas. He pilots the Crawford Racing number 47. That is Jack Sarton. So Jack Sarton working down the back straightaway. Rick Beebe in this qualifying group as well. He's in the Swift Springs number 22B out of Shawnee, Kansas. You see him rolling off a turn number 2, just ahead of Gene Nicholas out of Lowell, Arkansas. He pilots the Pig Trail Concrete Pumping number 11 in, and behind him it'll be Mike Hansen, the Dickinson, North Dakota native, in that River's Edge RV Park number 12H. Michael Risky, we just saw him compete in a stock car a little bit earlier on, the Caddo Mills Texas racer in that Home Improvement and Commercial Solutions 2R down the back straightaway. Those are your drivers that will be in group qualifying here for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. Looking down through the list, looks like Kenny Gaddis scheduled to go in this group as well. Not seeing the Diana, Texas veteran behind the wheel, that Transmissions Unlimited number 2G. So we will see what the situation is with Kenny Gaddis, potentially an issue as well with the transponder or something on the 65X of Carlos Amata Jr. as he's been ordered to the top side of turn 4.
And want to make sure that the transponder is working. Of course, qualifying extremely important as it'll set up your entire night. So want to make sure we get accurate times for each one of these guys as they roll across the scoring stripe here this evening.
Yeah, we don't have to resort to the iPhone. We don't carry stopwatches around, but everybody up here gets the iPhone out, and everybody finds out how inconsistently of timers they are. I think at that point when you start looking at the lap times, when we manually have to do that. But Carlos Amata Jr. stopped at the top side of turn 4. Ryan Staley, who's on foot track official this weekend, also manning some social media and stuff. Don't think you're going to see him in the flag stand, so that's something a little bit different there. We got Mike Schrader, though. He does several of the USMTS and USRA events. He'll hold the fort down atop the flag stand. Get Amata tended to. Again, not sure why Kenny Gaddis has not made the call for Group 1.
Speaking of some guys you're not going to see in the flag stand this year, Tony Morgan no longer with the Humboldt Speedway. We hear maybe he's going to do some stuff for you with the ARM series this year. So if Tony Morgan is out there watching, man, hope you enjoy that, and maybe enjoy a few weekends off along the way too.
Yeah, I've kind of got a committee of flagmen. You know, it's flagman by committee on that ARM series. Tony Morgan's going to jump in the mix. Got Matt Burnett. He's a racer out of Oklahoma, longtime racer there. He flagged at the Outlaw Motor Speedway, but he had hand surgery, so he don't know when he's going to be able to come back. But yeah, we got the old flagman by committee there. But here we go. Group qualifying is underway for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. First qualifying group on the clock here at the Rocket Raceway Park. We'll see who those top 4 qualifiers are to set up the front 2 rows of Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
So we'll give you times as they start to get laid down. Field circles around the racetrack. White flag is in the air. So far, times not coming across my race pass. So that's going to make it a little bit difficult to report on who's coming through here for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. Again, checkered flag now in the air. Field is circled around the speedway. Looks like time starting to report on screen now. Right now, the 12H of Mike Hansen, your fast timer at a 15.775. Dustin Sorensen now jumps to the top of the board at a 15.746. So it's Sorensen, Hansen, Michael Risky, and Jack Sarton, your top 4. If things stand as is. That'll put Jack Sarton on row number 1. What's the word on the qualifying situation here, Bryce?
I think we got one more qualifying lap that's going to take place here. We had a little miscommunication on the radio system there, so it wasn't that we weren't getting times on our end. Todd wasn't getting times either, so it's...
well, glad to know I didn't hit the wrong button, you know. But, so... looks like the green flag going to go back in the air for Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1 again. As things stand right now, Dustin Sorensen at the top of the board at a 15. 746, Mike Hansen, Michael Risky, and Jack Sarton, your top 4. So as it stands right now with the top 4 invert, Jack Sarton looking at a very good starting spot here in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. When the field goes back to green, we'll see if he can hold on to that top 4 starting spot. Field circling around the Rocket Raceway Park. Looks like we have some problems over in turns 1 and 2 as well. The 5K that is Tyler Keeter. Tyler Keeter requiring some assistance. Cater, excuse me. Requiring some assistance off the top side of turn number 1. So unfortunately a tough go of it here early in the night for the driver of car 5K.
What a long haul for that racer as well out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. So hate to see that. Hopefully get whatever is amiss on the 5K ready for the heat race a little bit later on in the program. Did not get word either why Kenny Gaddis missed the call there in his qualifying group. Certainly don't want to start the night out like that with 76 modifieds here. I can tell you a couple racers right now that will have a lot of work cut out for them.
And it looks like there might be some big problems on that 5K. The left rear wheel right now not turning. So maybe indicative of the rear end being locked up unless he didn't get that thing out of the gear.
Looks like we got Pat Graham down in turn 1. He was making his exit down there. What did we see there as you were crossing to the outside of the racetrack, Pat?
Just little trouble there with some probably first night jitters and first night working bugs out of cars. You know how that goes for a lot of guys. So I don't think anything major. I think he'll get her back up, but we're about ready to go green again.
Thank you very much, Pat. Got to him late there. I hit the wrong button that time, and that I did not turn the radio on there to communicate with Pat. Speaking of first night jitters, I think we're all experiencing a little bit of it.
Listen, the winter was too long. 2022 is here. We're going to get this thing underway and get fired off. Lap times.
Oh, we got one on the wall down the back.
Get reported. problems on the back straightaway.
I believe that's Robbie Minton in the 5RX car. Well, he cratered the wall there pretty good coming off of the top side of turn 2.
Again, talking about first night jitters in a way you don't want to start the night. That's definitely not the way that you want to start things out. Looks like that car is able to back up under its own power, though. So we'll have to see just how bad the damage is on the front side of that 5RX for Robbie Minton. So again, trying to get 2 qualifying laps on the board for everybody here in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. So green flag going to go back in the air. As times start to come across the board, we'll give you those as well. Starting to come across. Mike Hansen jumps up into the second spot. Michael Risky now into the top 4. Gene Nichols into the second spot. Guys jumping all over the board here. Downtown Kyle Brown right now with quick time at a 15:261. Jack Sarton jumps up to the third spot. He now gets bumped by the 2R Michael Risky. White flag out. Final laps starting to come across the board. Dustin Sorensen back up to the second spot. Jack Sarton back into the top 4. So he's trying to hold on to that front row starting spot here in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. Final laps coming across the board. Gene Nichols in 6th. So your top four in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1 qualifying, the 12H of Mike Hansen comes across at a 15.082. Dustin Sorensen second. Downtown, Kyle Brown third. And fourth, he's going to start on the pole for Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. One of the locals we talked about, the number 47 of Jack Sarton.
Good qualifying effort there out of the 47. Of course, Mike Hansen was quick time in that group. As we will get set for the drivers that will compete in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2, another 11 drivers scheduled to take the racetrack here for your second of 7 qualifying groups. So 7 groups here tonight for the USMTS Modifieds. That means 7 heat races as well. Looks like we have 3 B mains a little bit later on in the program, brought to you by Real Racing Wheels. But Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2, group qualifying rolls out onto the racetrack. Driver out of Greenville, Texas, will lead them around the racetrack. It'll be Wendell Bolden, that Lakeside Chevrolet 28B. Behind him, it'll be Ryan Doyen out of Lacoste, Texas, in the Alamo Truck Accessories number 5R. There's Ryan Wetstein. Wetstein making the trip down from West Concord, Minnesota, the Molt Gear number 90. Tyler Townsend in this group as well, Diana, Texas, the TNT Auto Parts, number 12T. Behind Townsend, it looks like Matt Jaratowski in this group. He is out of Madison, South Dakota, the Asphalt Pros 1J, along with Cool Hand Lucas Schott. He pilots the Rochester Chevrolet number 69. Corey Crapser behind him, the Subway 07 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Jake Gallardo qualifying in this group as well. The Gallardo Construction J17 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. There's Jason Good. Good out of Watertown, South Dakota. The Nickerson Harvesting number 85. And the final 2 cars on the racetrack, we'll find Justin Thornton out of Chandler, Arizona, the Arizona Tubes and Hoses 53 JT. And 4-time series champion Rodney Sanders behind the wheel of the Wichita Tank Racing, number 20 out of Happy, Texas, as we get set to wind them up here in group qualifying for Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2.
The green flag set to go in the air real quickly. Want to let everybody know, if you're watching back at home, go ahead and tweet at us at Racing Dirt. Give us a shout out. We might try to follow some of those as the night goes on as well. Want to know where you're watching from and who you're watching with as the green flag set to wave for Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2 group qualifying. First car to come across and lay down a lap time. Looks like Jason Good going to lay down a 15.020. New quick time, Wendell Bolden immediately to the top of the board at a 15.019. Now our first sub-15 second lap, Tyler Townsend at a 14.939 sits at the top of the board. Jason Good better now at a 14.851, so the track definitely getting faster already as we progress through hot lap sessions. Rodney Sanders jumps up into the second spot. So Rodney Sanders, you expect the number 20 out of Happy, Texas to be fast. He jumps up to the second spot. Wendell Bolden third. Tyler Townsend going to start on the front row of Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. He was your 4th fastest qualifier, but your quick qualifier in group number 2. The number 85, Jason Good, laying down a 14.851.
Boy, what an opportunity this could be for either Tyler Townsend and Wendell Bolden as they'll line up on the front row unofficially of Fast Shafts Heat 2. Rodney Sanders second row on the inside as he was second quick in that group. And like we said, Jason Good, your fastest qualifier for Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. Get set for Edelbrock Heat Race number 3. Group qualifying coming up next. There's some good cars in this next group as well, as we will wait for them to roll out onto the Rocket Raceway Park. Third qualifying group of 7 here for the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals, the season opener for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series, presented by Racing Dirt. There comes Cale Westover out on the racetrack. The Blair, Oklahoma racer. He pilots that Wichita Tank Racing 15W. The driver that picked up a win right here in Petty, Texas at the then East Texas Speedway back in 2015. Odessa, Texas racer Philip Houston in the S&S Fishing and Rental number 71. Behind him, that Herco and Gorilla Mill number 49. That is Jake Tim out of Winona, Minnesota. And then we will find Fayetteville, Arkansas's Tyler Wolf, the Army Contractors 4W. Shane DeVolder, contender for the Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year in that Vanderbilt Race Cars number 44S, the Pacifica, California racer. there in that Casey's 44. Then we will find Jason Ingalls racing out of Longview, Texas, the RKT operating number 12J, along with Sheridan, Wyoming's Bart Taylor, the Taco John's 369. Dylan McCowan in this qualifying group, the young gun out of Urbana, Missouri, in the Empire Energy number 8, along with Chris Bragg out of Springtown, Texas, the Cliffs Goodyear Auto Service 24B. Final couple of drivers in this group will be Tyson Dixon racing out of Lubbock, Texas, the KD Automotive 101, and Fito Gallardo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the Gallardo Construction G17. Your drivers that will qualify here for Edelbrock Heat Race number 3. Jake Tim was quickest on practice night here last night in that freshly skinned Gorilla Mill number 49. We see that car rolling through turns 3 and 4 behind the only driver that's won a USMTS event here in Petty, Texas. The only time the series raced here at what was then the East Texas Speedway in 2015. Philip Houston, that S&S Fishing and Rental number 71. We'll see what he has here this evening as we get set to crank him up for group qualifying in Edelbrock Heat Race number 3.
You know, as cars come up to speed, green flag going to go in the air for Heat Race number 3 group qualifying. How did we not mention the 71 of Philip Houston in that pre-race show, the most recent USMTS winner right here at this Speedway?
No, absolutely. Like we said, man, there's 76 guys, and a high percentage of them could go to victory lane. So inevitably, somebody's going to get missed. You met Philip the other day. You know, Philip's been a good friend of mine. I met him first time on the tour back. I think it was Arklatex Speedway weekend 2016. Pretty good dude out of Odessa, Texas. The problem is, he's in a bit of a bad geographical spot for a working man to go racing in our part of the country a whole lot. So we don't get to see Philip Houston get out on tour or get out into some USRA action as much as we would like.
Absolutely. And you talking about the 71 of Philip Houston, he is inside the top 4 right now. Kel Westover fastest currently at a 14.621. That changed on me right there. 14.621 for Kel Westover. Philip Houston looks like he's going to lay down the second fastest here in this qualifying session. 14.687 for Philip Houston. Jason Ingalls third, and Fito Gallardo unofficially going to start on the pole of Heat Race number 3.
Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender Shane DeVolder just outside of that.
Missed it by
magic fourth qualifying spot on the front row. He qualifies in the 5th place spot, but Kel Westover quickest in that group unofficially. Fito Gallardo and Jason Ingalls will make up on row number 1.
Not all bad for the 44F of Shane DeVolder, though. Going to start 5th. He'll have an opportunity to pass some cars and gain those so important passing points later tonight.
Yes, sir. We will see how it goes for the driver out of Pacifica, California, as we get set now for MSD Heat Race number 4 group qualifying. 11 more drivers will go on the clock here for MSD Heat Race number 4. Once again, after group qualifying, we will have opening ceremonies for the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals to kick the season off here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. Don't forget, for those of you in attendance here this evening, be sure to swing down to the Fast Shafts USMTS souvenir trailer. Some great new 2022 apparel in stock down at the USMTS souvenir trailer.
Did my shopping today.
You working for free this weekend after that one?
Well, probably.
There's some good looking apparel down there. That hoodie that I've already purchased, that one, I think everybody's got their eye on. That one's going to be a hot pick if anybody gets a little bit cool here this afternoon.
There's a shirt that I purchased that before I leave this weekend, I'm going to have to get a signature on. Hopefully I'll have the privilege of being the first one you've signed.
There you go. You will likely be the first one that gets signed. So Jeremy Lacoe is going to lead us out for MSD Heat Race number 4. Lacoe's out of Lincoln, Arkansas. He's in the first class Automotive 75J. Behind him, local runner here in Petty, Texas. He's out of Brookston, Texas. We went to the post office today there in Brookston. The Hicks Muffler and Tire 44X, that's Brian Gunwall. Then we will find David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas, the Wichita Tank Racing D25. Jason Hughes, 4-time series champion in this group as well, out of Salina, Oklahoma, the West Siloam Pond number 12. And behind him, the driver that won the 2021 USMTS National Championship, Woodward, Oklahoma's Derek Ramirez in the Boom Test Well Service 4R. Behind him, it'll be Chris Kratzer to Wichita, Kansas, the Wichita Tire and Alignment 55, along with Kevin Rutherford out of Flower Mound, Texas, the Post Rock Beef number 9. Another Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender in this group as well, racing out of Mantorville, Minnesota. It'll be the A&A Electric and Underground 55H of A.J. Hoff, and Imperial California's Lance Maury as well. He's in the Maury Brothers Incorporated 19SB.
You know, surprising thing for Lance Maury, as long as he's been out here in the Midwest racing, picked up his first ever USRA win last year. Did not realize that that's the only USRA win he's had. He's been close multiple times, and he's another guy. He could catch fire and win a race here tonight as well.
He is the right night away from getting to USMTS victory lane, I do believe. Final 2 cars on the racetrack. Midlothian, Texas racer Chase Allen, the Ellis County Barbecue 130. The showman of North Texas right there. Central Texas as well, Chase Allen. And the final driver on the track will be Dylan Thornton. He's another Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender, the Santa Maria, California racer behind the wheel, the Salty's Barbecue and Catering. 38T as we begin to get them cranked up in group qualifying for MSD Heat Race number 4.
MSD Heat Race number 4. Cars circling the racetrack. Again, time starting to come across the board. David Tanner to 15, a 173. Immediately gets bested by Derek Ramirez in the 14.635. So Ramirez currently at the top of the board. A.J. Hoff laying down a good time at a 14.799. Jason Hughes currently third. David Tanner fourth. Lap 2 number times coming in. Jason Hughes a little bit better on lap 2, but stays third at a 14.922. The Rocket Man Chris Kratzer jumps into the top 4 to 14.979. So your top 4 all sub 5 seconds. Quick time going to be the 4R of Derek Ramirez. AJ Hoff second. Jason Hughes third. And on the pole for MSD Heat Race number 4, going to be Wichita, Kansas's Rocket Man, Chris Kratzer.
Boy, what an opportunity there for Chris Kratzer. He'll start on the pole alongside 4-time series champion Jason Hughes. It looks like we may keep the race cars out potentially for another qualifying effort. Here we will see. Nope, they're pulling into the infield.
You know, you and I were
probably
talking.
The same drive they've made the last 3 groups. I just was actually looking at the track that time.
There you go. You and I were talking yesterday about the 55 at Chris Kratzer, and I made the comment, the guy's first love is late models. He runs a lot of late model stuff around the South Central Kansas and Northern Oklahoma area. Run some MLRA stuff last year as well, but ever since he stepped in these USRA modifieds, he's competed really well at 81 Speedway and been tough during USMTS events as well. Very impressive driver getting out of the late model and into the modifieds here the last year and a half.
So here we go. VP Racing Fuels Heat 5 now to the racetrack. Wayne Melton will lead us to the green in this one. The Rafter P Construction 18M out of Caddo Mills, Texas behind him. The Patriotic USA 1, the entry out of Neosho, Missouri. It'll be the double down asphalt USA 1 of Chris Hawkins. Jared Baird in this group as well. Baird Racing out of Norman, Oklahoma. The Maples Motorsports 99. Tanner Barnhart in this group as well, racing out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. He's the Barnhart Heat and Air, number 511. And behind him, it'll be Chase Holland out of Saussure, Mississippi. He's in the Industrial Dock and Door Company, 07. Jimmy Williams in this group as well. Williams racing out of Denison, Texas. The Williams Trucking, 82. Along with Ronnie Yanasek out of Amarillo, Texas. The Amarillo Auto Supply and Off-Road, number 77. 2020 Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year in this qualifying group. Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas. The Mel Hamilton Ford 02. Jeff Needham as well out of Ennis, Texas. The Rendell RV 99. There's Caden Carter, the gas man out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. The Casey's 33Z this weekend. And Max Eddie Thomas racing out of Quinlan, Texas. The Everflow Plumbing, number 82. Your drivers in group qualifying for VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5.
So as the field winds up to start laying down lap times here for VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5. You know, I think if there was a best-looking car contest this weekend, it might go to that 07 of Chase Holland. A unique color combination, the yellow and metallic red 07. Good-looking race car. Off of turn number 4, down the front straightaway. Max Eddie Thomas, a puff of smoke off the backside of the number 82, so we'll have to keep an eye on that situation as he rolls through turns 3 and 4. Lap time starting to come across the board. Wayne Melton, currently your quick timer at a 14.908. Caden Carter, he looked good last night. Inside that top 4, currently sits 3rd. Jimmy Williams to the top of the board at a 14 up 534. Tanner Mullins now inside the top 4. Wayne Melton, Caden Carter immediately best him. So Mullins sitting 4th right now. Max Eddie Thomas just on the outside looking in 5th. Jeff Needham 6th. Final lap time start to come across the board. We get a better picture of your top 4 qualifiers. First, going to go to the 82W of Jenny Williams at a 14.479. Wayne Melton 2nd, Caden Carter 3rd, and Tanner Mullins going to start on the pole of heat race number 5.
Boy, talk about a good front row there. Tanner Mullins and Caden Carter unofficially will make up row number 1. Jimmy Williams is somebody to not count out either. He runs a pretty limited schedule, but when he does, he can certainly make some noise behind the wheel of a modified. That's a Mullins race chassis as well for the 82 of Jimmy Williams, as he was quickest in group number 5. We'll get set for Risco Industries heat race number 6, group qualifying, the next 11 drivers that will take time here this evening at the Rocket Raceway Park. That's going to be a fun heat race a little bit later on in the evening. Of course, all these heat races are going to be a lot of fun to watch as well. The stacked 76-car field here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt.
You know, I think Ryan Staley said it best yesterday. There's going to be a lot of really good cars with hurt feelings when the A feature goes green here tonight, because 76 cars on hand, we're only going for 24 starting spots.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to tabulate some of the feature wins that come from non-qualifiers. That would be an interesting stat. We may have to put Tyler Rinkin to work on that if he's not too busy taking pictures or talking to Pat Graham there in the infield, it looks like. So
I would say Rinkin would be your guy. He's
the statistician.
He could get that done.
That's a conversation taking place there in the infield as Trenton Berry has joined that. So here we go, Risco Industries heat race number 6 coming out on the racetrack for their qualifying group. Todd Staley also wanting me to inform everybody, be a little bit quicker of a process through qualifying tomorrow, as he's having to enter some transponder numbers on the fly here this evening. So he does say that we'll make that quicker. He's always making the show more efficient the next day. That's what he's good at. But you hope to get through that a little bit quicker tomorrow. Apologize, we are putting in several new transponder numbers. Here we go. Next group out on the racetrack, Tyler Davis at Hayesville, Kansas. The Gerber Collision and Glass 65 down the back straightaway behind him. Jacob Lease at Chatfield, Minnesota. Kevco Oil Pans and Components 21. There's Casey Fowler out of Grand Saline, Texas. The Texas Locomotive Solutions 64. And Chris Spalding in the field. He's planning to run the series as much as time allows for him. The Montgomery City, Missouri racer in the Scott Bryant Dozing 00S machine. And there's little freaky Clyde Dunn Jr. He's out of Rockwall, Texas, in the Smiley's Racing Products 88 XXX. Joe Duvall in this group as well. The Mel Hamilton Ford 91 out of Claremore, Oklahoma. Justin McCoy, he's in the 410 racing out of Grandview, Texas. Sean Gaddis as well, this group. The Panel Trust number 7 out of Diana, Texas. Kerry Collins racing out of Tuttle, Oklahoma. The Big Boy Motorsports 3C. Looks like Chris Dawson in this group as well. Racer out of Lubbock, Texas, in the Revolution Race Products 7X. And Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, that Minnesota Truck Headquarters. Number 60, your drivers on track for group number 6. And Wes Goodwin coming in. Wes Goodwin was like 6-time and defending RPM Speedway Employee of the Month, and we saw why, as he had to push Kevin Sester's four-wheeler to the pits right there. I don't think we got that on camera, unfortunately. Hopefully somebody got it on their cellular device, as that was...
whether they did or didn't, Rogers will let Sester know about it over and over again.
Yeah, normally Sester would be on the hook, not necessarily needing a push truck, but that was interesting nonetheless to see Big Wes having to shove Kevin Sester off the end of turns 1 and 2 there.
Green flag in the air for group qualifying for heat race number 6. Before times go on the board, John Allen giving us a shout out as well from back home in the Chanute, Kansas area, getting both 81 Speedway and Humboldt Speedway ready to rock and roll for the year. So, of course, we'll be in Humboldt Speedway next week as of right now for the Battle at the Bull Ring, $10,000 to win BMOD National event. Lap time starting to go up on the board. Joe Duvall, your current quick timer, to 14.473. Tyler Davis, good at a 14.871 in third. Ebert jumps into second, 14.690. Jacob Blees, currently your top 4. Now Chris Spalding will bump him out. So Spalding right now the man on the bubble at a 14.771. Duvall holding on to that fast time at a 14.473. So Joe Duvall laying down a very fast time. That's going to be a popular one there. Again, Joe Duvall, your quick timer, at a 14.473. Dan Ebert second at a 14.690. Chris Dawson, 14.697. So Dawson jumping in late, bumping Spalding off the bubble. Tyler Davis, he's going to be your 4th fastest qualifier at 14.744. He'll start on the pole for heat race number 6.
Boy, how about that one for Big Daddy right there? Quick qualifier in Risco Industries heat race number 6. But again, we'll see Tyler Davis and Chris Dawson unofficially on the front row of your 6th heat race here tonight.
So when the day comes, or the night comes, that Joe Duvall finally picks off that first U.S. MTS victory, not if, but when that day comes, how big of a party do you think is going to happen?
Well, it's going to sound bad, but you'll understand why. I hope it's not here, because whatever happens, the racetrack's probably getting burned down. So I don't want to see this place come to the ground, but there's going to be a party that lasts a long time when Big Daddy goes to victory lane. Final group out on the racetrack, RHRSwag.com, heat race number 7. Terry Phillips out of Springfield, Missouri, the Andy's Frozen Custard 75. Leads him out on to the racetrack with Donnie Barnhart behind him, racing out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, the Barnhart Heat and Air 11B. There's the Gressel Racing 2G at Brandon Givens out of Wichita, Kansas, along with Darren Fuqua, a new Mullins chassis for the big-time Bell Bonds 87. Chris Hennigan in this group as well. Hennigan always one to watch out of Marshall, Texas, the Panel Trust 16, along with Landon Atkinson, Little Falls, Minnesota, the Hilmerson Sports Center number 18A. Mike Dillard racing out of McKinney, Texas, will qualify in this group, the Extreme Brand Products number 66X, along with Bo Day out of Greenville, Texas. He's in the W&W Timber number 4. Jackson, Wyoming's Chris Clark in this group, the CarQuest 8C, along with Colton Horner, Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender out of Katy, Texas, in that Modern Motorsports number 56, as we get set to wind them up in the final qualifying group here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series, presented by Racing Dirt.
7 heat races tonight. These guys are going to be up on the wheel trying to collect passing points. And we get to watch 7 heat races. Fantastic racing getting ready to take place here at the Rocket Raceway Park. And, you know, they say the heat races can be some of the best races of the night, too, because guys know how important it is to try to collect passing points and get to the front of the field. Final qualifying group on the clock. Green flag is in the air, field circling around the 1/3 mile Rocket Raceway Park. Darren Fuqua, the first guy to go on the board, but he's going to have to get faster than that. 15.134 to 87, quickly dropping down the board. Landon Atkinson currently at a 14.733 at the top of the board. Terry Phillips second best at a 14.735. Chris Heinigen third at a 14.739. Now Mike Dillard jumps to the top of the board at a 14.593. Landon Atkinson sits second. Colton Horner third. One of your Rookie of the Year contenders right there in the 56 car. Terry Phillips, the man on the bubble after having the quick time early in the session. Looks like that's the way things are going to stand. So Mike Dillard, quick time in group number 7 at a 14.593. Landon Atkinson second. Colton Horner in the 56 third. And Terry Phillips going to start on the pole for group number 7.
It'll be interesting to see how that one shakes out. A tip of the cap there, Mike Dillard up on the wheel. You know, another racer that really gets limited starts throughout the racing season's a busy working dude. So Mike Dillard there with a solid qualifying effort for the McKinney, Texas racer. Landon Atkinson, Colton Horner, and Terry Phillips, your fastest 4 qualifiers in the final group there. RHRSwag.com. Heat race number 7, group qualifying. Quick turnaround for these guys. We'll get into one class of heat race, the Costin and Son Ready Mix. USRA Limited Mods will be the first set of heat races back from opening ceremonies. I believe 4 heat races for the Limited Mods here tonight. Then we will go into USMTS Modified Heat Racing action before the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks take to the racetrack for their heat races here this evening. So just about set for opening ceremonies from the Rocket Raceway Park here in Petty, Texas for the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. Appreciate all the race fans who have joined us here on this Friday night. Apologize for a little bit of a late running start here, so to speak. Couple heat races in the book, some qualifying as well. But again, we'll have a quicker run through the qualifying tomorrow once the transponders have been entered fully into the system. Looks like Bo Day may be getting an extra qualifying lap. We'll see what's going on here with the 4 before we get into opening ceremonies.
So sounds like that is the word from race officials up in the booth. Transponder not scoring on the 4 of Bo Day earlier during his qualifying effort. So we'll have to see how he's going to try to lay down a lap time here, and we'll have to see how that affects the heat race lineup that he's in.
You know, like we said, Bo Day was 2 for 2 here last season at the 82 Speedway, then here in Petty, Texas last season. So in 2 stops, he picked up 2 USRA modified victories. Of course, he's been to USMTS victory lane back in the 2020 racing season at the Big O Speedway down in Ennis, Texas. So Bo Day certainly one capable of getting to USMTS victory lane. Of course, he was the Touring Outlaw Modified Series champion as well last year. Racer out of Greenville, Texas. I told you, Wes, man, he's the employee of the month. He's going for it again here at Rocket Raceway Park as well, as he's out there helping Ryan Staley get the hood back on the 4 of Bo Day as they have traded out transponders on that MB Customs. We'll give him a lap or 2 here to make sure he puts in a qualifying effort to complete the lineup for RHRSwag.com, heat race number 7.
So once again, while we're waiting on Bo Day to be able to lay down a qualifying lap, wherever you're watching from tonight, whether you're at home or right here in the grandstands, go ahead, fire up the Twitter, send us a message at Racing Dirt. Let us know where you're watching from and what you're doing on this beautiful night here for the opening of the 2022 racing season for the USMTS Modified Series. Bo Day going on the clock here for qualifying in group number 7, first lap time not official there. I was going to say that's a slow lap for the 4D of Bo Day, but that lap not official. First official lap on the board. We'll have to see where he files into the lineup. Looks like he's going to jump to the top of the board. Bo Day not picking up where he left off last year. 14.559 for the 4D of Bo Day. Lap 2 not really going to matter at this point. And it's even better at a 14.489.
Just for good measure there, Bo gave us an even better lap on lap number 2.
So the unfortunate guy there, Terry Phillips, getting bumped off of the top 4 inversion. Phillips will have to start 5th in his heat race, collect some passing points. Bo Day, your quick qualifier. Mike Dillard now 2nd, Landon Atkinson 3rd, and Colton Horner, 2022 Grant Younghan Memorial Rookie of the Year contender, going to start on the pole for heat race number 7.
So, race fans, as you can see now, the 2021 Summit Racing Equipment USMTS Modified National Champion rolling out onto the Raceway Park. At this time, we will get things kicked off for the 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals. If you haven't already, please stand as we honor this great country with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming such lights and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you very much, race fans, and once again, welcome out to the Rocket Raceway Park. Thanks to 2021 USMTS National Champion Derek Ramirez for flying the colors here for us this evening. Of course, we talked about this a little bit in the RCR Designs pre-race show. Big tribute to his father, Leon Ramirez, who recently passed. A huge loss for the motorsports community, Leon Ramirez. And Shane Sprinkle, Shelly Sprinkle of SNS Fishing and Rental wanted to pay tribute to him with a $100,000 to win point fund this season for the USMTS Modifieds, courtesy of SNS Fishing and Rental. So very excited for that as we continue to pay tribute to Leon Ramirez as we are set here for Costin and Son Ready Mix. Limited modified action, heat race number 1. We'll run you through it real quick. Chad King in the 22K, Dan Wheeler in the red 1, Carson Bradley the C88, Mason Martin the 31, Tim Klotch the 21P, Cody King in the 510, Jimmy Day in the 23M, Bryce Beard in the 2B, Michael McCullough in the 27, Trent Gibby in the 109, and Randy Janway in the 8A as we turn them loose here for heat race number 1 of 4 for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Make that heat race 1 of 3, so 3 heat races here tonight for the limited mods. We've stacked them 11 deep here for heat racing action. We'll score lap number 1 to Savage, Minnesota's Dan Wheeler, the red 1, on a rail here early on. So Dan Wheeler out in front of your field here on the opening circuit. Now lap number 2. Chad King running in the number 2 spot. So King in that runner-up position. Carson Bradley, his transponder not hitting. Looks like he's up in the 3rd place spot, contending there with the 22K of Chad King as Tim Klotch and Cody King go to battle now side by side outside of those top 3. So good racing there. Dan Wheeler's cruising right now out in front of this one, the red 1, all the way from Savage, Minnesota. He's a road warrior, he and his wife, Teresa, up and down the road several nights out of the 2021 racing season. Of course, expect to see him in action probably the next 2 times we're at Humboldt Speedway next week at the Battle at the Bull Ring. That'll be streamed on Racing Dirt TV, as well as at King of America, I would assume, at the end of the month. They lock some miles on that old Ford F-150 that they haul the red 1 around in.
Well, an old school, too. So how cool is it to see him out front of this heat race as the white flag flies?
So final lap of heat race number 1 here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. And it's all Dan Wheeler in the red 1, nearly a full straightaway advantage. He circles around to the checkered flag. Dan Wheeler will claim the heat race win. Carson Bradley's going to cross in the 2nd place spot. Cody King will take 3rd. Tim Klotch and Jimmy Day, that's your top 5. So top 3 in that one. Cody King crosses in 3rd. 2nd goes to the 88 of Carson Bradley. And your heat race winner, how about a Texas welcome for the driver all the way from Savage, Minnesota, Dan Wheeler in the red 1, your winner of the opening heat race here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods.
Came for the warmer weather and going to take home a checkered flag in heat race number 1. Good start to the weekend for Dan Wheeler. Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod Heat Race number 2 set to hit the racetrack. We'll go ahead and give you that lineup. On the pole from Lone Oak, Texas, driving car number 41 JR, it'll be Seth McMacken. To his outside from Greenville, Texas, the 20D, that's Rowdy Day. On the inside of row number 2 from Royce City, Texas, in the 01, it's Tough Forester. To his outside from Maybank, Texas, the 22N is Gregory Muirhead. On the inside of row 3 in the 58R is Chris Croston. To his outside from Muskogee, Oklahoma, the 22 is Dalton Ragsdale. Row number 4 on the inside, it's Cody McDowell in the G2G. To his outside, Kevin Forrester in the R143. Row number 5, Court Morgan on the inside in the 0. Justin Vaughn on the outside, the 2JT. Donald Fetty makes up your final starter for heat race number 2 as the green flag waves. Field going to file into turns 1 and 2. Right now it looks like the 20D of Rowdy Day into the second spot. Seth McMacken, I believe, is the car at the front of the field. Off of turn 4, no, it is the 20D of Rowdy Day at the front of the field. The 22 of Gregory Muirhead into the second spot. Dalton Ragsdale running third. So a couple of B-Mod competitors right now chasing around on limited modified at the front of the field. Seth McMacken, Tough Forester round out your top 5. Lap number 2, the 41 JR Seth McMacken having some trouble. Cars stacking up behind him. The 2JT of Justin Vaughn going to drive by at the exit of turn number 2, as well as the 01 of Forrester coming with him as well. So McMacken continuing to drop back through the field. Further up front, battle between a pair of 22 cars right now. The Muirhead and Ragsdale going at each other down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Ragsdale runs the bottom of the speedway. Muirhead off the top side of turn number 4. He's going to hold on to the lead for now, but Ragsdale now going to follow him through 1 and 2. Look to reset at the exit of turn 2. Ragsdale trying to find his way underneath the 22M of Muirhead. Neither of them right now, though, have anything for the 20D of Rowdy Day. 5 in, 2 to go as the field files off of turn 4 down the front straightaway. Rowdy Day already into turns 3 and 4 down the back straightaway. We'll keep an eye for the last lap on this battle over the runner-up position as Day comes across the flag stand. Muirhead and Ragsdale continuing to battle tooth and nail over the runner-up spot. Muirhead looks like he has the preferred line about halfway up the racetrack. Ragsdale going to try it one more time underneath him. Rowdy Day going to pick up the win off of turn number 4. Give the second spot to Gregory Muirhead. Dalton Ragsdale finishes third. Justin Vaughn fourth. Tough Forester going to round out your top 5. So a great opening set of heat races for your USRA Limited Mods.
Third and final heat race for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods will roll out on the racetrack. Your lineup will look like this. Ty Hollingsworth will be front row on the inside. The 53H out of Springdale, Arkansas. To his outside, it'll be Roy Forrester. He's in the 49 out of Quinlan, Texas. Row 2 on the inside, the 218. That's Cody Blanton out of Lone Oak, Texas, alongside Aubrey Spears, the 47 out of Denison. Row 3 on the inside, Lonnie Robbins Jr. out of Alma, Arkansas, the 13. He'll start alongside the 21R of Matt Rust out of Farmersville, Texas. Row 4 on the inside, the 1BB, that is Blake Bird out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, alongside Fredericksburg, Texas racer Braden Beard in the 1B. Your final 2 starters will be Muskogee, Oklahoma's Bubby Morgan, car number 9, alongside Shannon Hartline out of Ivanhoe, Texas, in the 26J. That's how they'll line up here in your third and final heat race for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Bubby Morgan better get up there and go as we are going green this time in turn 4. Heat race number 3 comes to life here for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. So Ty Hollingsworth going to show the way here on a lap number 1. 218 of Cody Blanton rolling in the number 2 position there as we scored the opening circuit of that one. Everybody else sorting it out a little bit deeper on in the field. Ty Hollingsworth, Cody Blanton remain the top 2 that time around. If you're watching on My Race Pass, you'll notice Ty Hollingsworth's 53, that transponder not picking up for the 53 of Hollingsworth. However, he's out in front right now, just ahead of Cody Blanton, who works in the number 2 spot, 3 wide behind him. Some good action there. Aubrey Spears, the top of that battle. Hartline's working through the middle side of the racetrack. Shannon Hartline has it rolling right now to the third place spot. He started tail of the field. 10th to third now, looking for more on the 218 of Cody Blanton. Hartline has that thing turned up. He'll pull alongside the 218 down the back straightaway and take second. He may get Hollingsworth before this one's over. 5 in, 2 to go this time by Hollingsworth trying to hang on. The 218 of Blanton coming back at Hartline. It'll be Hartline that works down to the inside to take the lead down the back straightaway. So Hartline up into the top spot as he powers by Ty Hollingsworth. White flag drops, 1 lap to go here in heat race number 3. The Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Going at it here in your final heat race. Good race for the second spot coming down to the checkers. Cody Blanton trying to take over the runner-up spot from Hollingsworth as Shannon Hartline will go 10th to win heat race number 3. So what a run in that one from the 10th starting spot to win. Shannon Hartline picks up your heat race win in the final heat race for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods.
With that, I believe US MTS Modified Heat Race number 1 set to roll out onto the Speedway. Bryce Hall, it is set to be a good one. One of the local favorites starting on the pole here in Heat Race number 1.
Yeah, taking a look at the lineup for Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. How about it for Captain Jack? Jack Sarton's going to lead him to the green in this one out of Terrell, Texas. He pilots the Crawford Racing at number 47 to his outside. Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender Kyle Brown. Downtown behind the wheel, that Team Harris Auto Racing 21K out of Madrid, Iowa. Row 2 on the inside, Dustin Sorensen, the heavy hitch 19 out of Rochester, Minnesota. Alongside Dickinson, North Dakota's Mike Hinson, the River's Edge RV Park, number 12H. Michael Risky will start third row on the inside of Caddo Mills, Texas. He's in the home improvement. And Commercial Solutions number 2R, alongside Gene Nicholas, racing out of Lowell, Arkansas, the Pig Trail Concrete Pumping at number 11N. Next row back, it'll be Rick Beebe racing out of Shawnee, Kansas, the Swift Springs 22B, alongside Carlos Amata Jr. out of El Paso, Texas, the Hacienda Mechanical 65X. Back to row number 5, we'll find Robbie Minton racing out of Lacoste, Texas. He's behind the wheel of the Ewing Irrigation and Landscape Supply at number 5RX. And his outside, Tyler Cater racing out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. He's in the guaranteed rate, number 5K. Final starter scheduled to be Kenny Gaddis racing out of Diana, Texas. He's in the Transmissions Unlimited 2G.
$11 scheduled starters. Looks like we have 9 cars on track right now. Looks like we might be missing the 5K Cater. Of course, we saw him with problems in turn number 1 during his qualifying session.
Missing, looks like Michael Risky as well, scheduled to start third row on the inside. There's Cater down the front straightaway. Of course, he will start 10th on the grid, but I do believe it is the 2R of Risky that may have scratched out of this one as we have began to adjust the lineup for that scratch.
Good to see Gaddis back on the Speedway after not taking a time in group qualifying number 1 here this evening. Gaddis has a long road to hoe, though. He's going to have to make up some passing points here in this heat race, starting at the back. But familiar area for him, a hometown guy, familiar with the racetrack. If there's anybody that can get it done in this one, it should be that 2G.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do from the tail end of the field. Looking back to that front row, Jack Sarton will set the pace alongside Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender Kyle Brown. Pretty solid second row right there as well. Dustin Sorensen, 2-time winner on the series in the 2021 racing season. He starts the inside of Mike Hansen out of Dickinson, North Dakota. We've crossed the rest of the field. Gene Nicholas will now start third row on the inside as we scratch Michael Risky and cross the rest of the field. 8 laps the distance. Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1, top 12 in passing points out of these 7 heat races. Will lock into the A main. Top 8 will redraw for the CBISMA Graphics Pole Award.
Jack Sarton in a position he needs to win this heat race to set up for the rest of the night as well. Off of turn number 4, heat race number 1, set to go green.
Out comes the green flag on your opening heat race for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series, presented by Racing Dirt. 3 wide for the number 2 spot down the back straightaway. Kyle Brown's going to jump out in command of this one. Jack Sarton, the second place spot. Look at Mike Hansen knocking on the back door right now at Jack Sarton as Sorensen's on the inside. Good action there, 2nd through 4th.
Sarton right now with the preferred line around the speedway. Sorensen, though, digging hard along the bottom. Sarton will slide himself through 3 and 4, comes off of 4, hanging on to the 2nd spot. Hansen, though, right now giving Sorensen all he's worth. Sorensen makes contact with the tire, slides up. Hansen gets into him. Big problems for car number 19.
Yeah, Dustin Sorensen took a bite out of the Uke tire there on the inside of the racetrack. You can see some of the debris scattered there on the bottom side of turn number 1. Those freshly painted Uke tires here at Rocket Raceway Park already getting some abuse. As you can see that quite a bit of that paint has chipped off. So Pat Graham, we saw that develop there in turns 1 and 2. Looked like Sorensen took a bite out of the Uke tire, and Hansen just finished him off. What did you see there from the infield, Pat?
I think I saw the same thing there. The track is really fast now, and it's racy, but it doesn't take a lot when you're going that fast to just catch it a little bit. It turns the car really easy. So a little quarter panel damage in that, though, and I think he should be able to go on.
Thank you very much, Pat Graham. We'll get Dustin Sorensen turned back around there in turn 2.
Of course, if you're Hansen in the 12H, never want to turn a guy around, but at the same time, know where the 12H of Hansen could go, and that one is all of a sudden the 19 of Sorensen was right in his racing line, and Hansen was on the throttle.
Yeah, you got to know Hansen had a full head of steam. We saw him throwing sparks along the front straightaway wall here, going down the front straightaway and off into turns 1 and 2. He had a good run going along the high side of the racetrack. Of course, he was the quick qualifier there in group number 1. Of course, the invert put him starting 2nd row on the outside, but Mike Hansen, always a fast competitor out of Dickinson, North Dakota. Be interesting to see as he's been relegated to the inside on this restart. Not sure if that's necessarily what the 12H wants, but we'll see what Jack Sarton as well can do there from the outside of row number 2. Just a couple laps completed in this one. 2 laps, 6 to go. Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
Be interesting to see now that he's on the outside of that first double file row if Sarton can pull anything, make a good on a restart here to try to jump back in front of the 21 of Kyle Brown.
You talked about Kenny Gaddis as we were getting ready to come to the green there on the opening start of that one. He's got a pretty good run now just outside of the top 5. So he had to start tail end of the field, so we'll see if the 2G can move forward some more as well in this one. As we're back green in Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1, Mike Hansen going to take over 2nd from Jack Sarton as we got a pair of 5s tangling through turns 1 and 2. Looks like we will be able to race on with Kyle Brown out in front. 3 and 5 to go. Mike Hansen now going to have to play chase to the 21K.
Kyle Brown so far impressive in this one. He leads the field by about 6 car lengths into 3 and 4. It's Hansen, Sarton, Beebe, Gaddis now inside the top 5, so we'll have to keep our eye on the 2G as the field completes lap number 4.
Yeah, Kenny's racking up some passing points. Unfortunately, this deep in the field with this many cars, it's likely only bettering his position for a B-main start, but nonetheless an impressive run right now for the 2G of Gaddis. He runs 5th right now behind Rick Beebe in 4th. 3rd continues to be Jack Sarton. 2nd is Mike Hansen as downtown Kyle Brown is rolling out in front here in Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
6 laps down, 2 laps to go for the 21K as he'll exit turn number 2 right now. Keeping our eye on that 2G of Gaddis to see if he can run down the 22B of Beebe and pick off another spot. White flag set to wave. 1 more lap to go for Kyle Brown.
Final time around in Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. Kyle Brown a half a straightaway advantage. Working into the final set of corners in this one. Checkered to the air, and Kyle Brown claims Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
Mike Hansen going to come across the line 2nd. Jack Sarton 3rd. Rick Beebe will hold on to that 4th spot over the 2G of Kenny Gaddis. Michael Risky, Dustin Sorensen, Tyler Cater, Robbie Minton, and Gene Nichols, and Carlos Amata Jr. That's the way heat race number 1 is scored when the checkered flag waves.
Boy, a great start to his 2022 Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year campaign. It's the driver to Madrid, Iowa, and the Team Harris Auto Racing Mid-State Machine, Penske Racing Shocks, Farley's Wholesale Tire and Express Lube, Juergens Enterprises, CBiz McGravis, and Dirt Stars Racing Products number 21K, Kyle Brown, your winner in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. Next to roll to the racetrack will be Diana, Texas racer Tyler Townsend that leads us to the green. He's in the TNT Auto Parts number 12T alongside Wendell Bolden, the Lakeside Chevrolet 28B out of Greenville, Texas. Row 2 on the inside, Rodney Sanders at Happy Texas, the 4-time series champion of the Wichita Tank Racing number 20 alongside Jason Good out of Watertown, South Dakota, the Nickerson Harvesting 85. Next row back, we'll find Matt Jaratowski out of Madison, South Dakota, the Asphalt Pros 1J. To Matt's outside, Lucas Schott out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the Rochester Chevrolet number 69. Back to row number 4, Corey Crapser will line up on the inside out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, the Subway 07, alongside Ryan Doyen out of Lacoste, Texas. He's in the Alamo Truck Accessories number 5R. Back to your 5th row, we will find Jake Gallardo along the inside, the Gallardo Construction J17 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and Justin Thornton lines up to his outside from Chandler, Arizona, the Arizona Tubes and Hoses.
Kyle to get unbuckled there, Kyle. That's a way to start out the weekend, coming all the way down from Iowa, all the way to Paris to pick up a heat race win. How's it feel to start out the year that way?
It feels really good. I mean, we've worked hard on this car all winter, knowing what our goals are, and it shows what a great group of people I got behind me, and I'm lucky to be able to come out here and do this. And to start out like this, I really couldn't ask for a better start, so hopefully we can keep it going.
There you have it. Kyle Brown, heat race winner number 1.
Thank you very much, Pat. Again, Justin Thornton, your final starter in this one. Ryan Wetstein as well out of West Concord, Minnesota, number 90. Takes us to the green flag. So Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2 off and run another 8-lapper here for the USMTS Modifieds as we're door-to-door for the top spot, door-to-door for 3rd as well. Lap number 1, score at 28B. Wendell Bolden on top of Fast Shafts Heat 2.
Wendell Bolden and Tyler Townsend in a close battle now for the first spot. It's going to be Bolden who grabs a hold of it into turns 3 and 4. He'll drive up the racetrack, catch the cushion. Now we've got the 85 of Jason Good knocking on the back door, the 12T of Townsend. Rodney Sanders rides in 4th. Lucas Schott rounds out the top 5.
So Schott rounding out your top 5 runners right now as they all chase Wendell Bolden, the 28B out of Greenville, Texas. Good race for the 3rd place spot down the front straightaway as Rodney Sanders looks to pull the trigger in that battle alongside Jason Good. Good race for 3rd down the back straightaway. Sanders taking another look down to the inside. It's about the best battle to watch right now as Wendell Bolden continues to lead in 28B.
And Rodney Sanders attempting to drive to the inside of Good in car 85. Track just a little bit narrow right now as everybody finding the fast way around. Sanders going to give it another crack here. Good trips up on the cushion, allows Rodney Sanders by. Give 3rd to Rodney Sanders in car 20.
Talk about a power move down to the inside. That Hatfield power just launched the 20 back out in front of the 85 of Jason Good. The Rocket now into the number 3 spot through turns 3 and 4. He'll play chase now to your top 2 as it's continuing to be Wendell Bolden and Tyler Townsend running 1st and 2nd in this one. Rodney Sanders hustling right now in 3rd, though, as he tries to reel in those top 2 with just 1 lap to go.
Laps clicking off in a hurry. The racetrack lightning fast. White flag in the air for Wendell Bolden as he continues to lead. Rodney Sanders takes a look to the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. Townsend a little bit sideways at the exit of turn 2. The car length separates the 2 of them into 3 and 4. Sanders works the bottom. Townsend up top. Townsend will hold on to 2nd at the line. Wendell Bolden the win. Rodney Sanders 3rd. Jason Good 4th. Lucas Schott will round out your top 5. Ryan Wetson picked off Corey Crapser for 6th at the line. Crapser finished 7th. Justin Thornton 8th. Ryan Doyen 9th, Matt Jaratowski 10th, and Jake Gallardo will be scored 11th for heat race number 2.
How about it, though? Race fans, the driver to Greenville, Texas, that MB Customs, Lakeside Chevrolet, White Horse Tuning and Dyno, Baxter Motorsports, Able Truck Sales, and Morris Elevator Inspections 28B. Wendell Bolden, your winner in Fast Shafts heat race number 2. Run through the lineup here of Edelbrock heat race number 3, the Gallardo Construction G17. Fito Gallardo will be front row on the inside. Jason Ingalls to his outside. The IRP Race Cars 12J out of Longview, Texas. Row 2 on the inside, past winner here in Petty, Texas, Odessa, Texas racer Philip Houston, the S&S Fishing and Rental 71. His outside will find Cale Westover out of Altus, Oklahoma, the Western Flyer Race Cars 15W. Row 3 to the inside, we'll find Shane DeVolder, the Casey's 44S out of Pacifica, California. It is outside Tyler Wolf, the Army Contractors 4W out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Row 4 to the inside. Jake Tim, that Gorilla Mill 49 out of Winona, Minnesota, alongside Dylan McCown out of Urbana, Missouri, the Empire Energy number 8. Row 5 on the inside, Bart Taylor out of Sheridan, Wyoming, the Taco John's 369, alongside Tyson Dixon in the 101, as Pat Graham will have a word here with Wendell Bolden.
Wendell, you got your helmet off, and that pretty cool to race winner USMTS heat race in the home state of Texas.
Yeah, for sure. We like to run with these guys when they're close here, and we had to go home and change a motor today. So to come out here and do that makes it all worth it.
Yeah, it does. You got a pit crew to help do that and get it done today, and that makes it a little sweeter to pick up a heat race win tonight. Good luck in the feature.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Heat race winner number 2.
So out comes the green and Edelbrock heat race number 3. Jason Ingalls trying to thread the needle there. Fido Gallardo jumps out to the initial lead. Philip Houston's working down to the inside of Ingalls as we score lap number 1 to Gallardo.
Gallardo going to lead the field back into turns 1 and 2, 3 wide behind him for about 4th through 6th. Cale Westover on the top side of the racetrack as things file out. He'll run 4th. Now he dives deep into turn 3 and 4, looks to the inside of Houston. Houston turning his back. Gallardo continues to lead.
Yeah, Westover gave up the top line, but he'll take it back away from Shane DeVolder down into turns 1 and 2. So Westover back to the top shelf in that 4th place spot. He'll run middle now on entry at turns 3 and 4. DeVolder will drop down the inside, side by side for 4th, working down the front straightaway.
DeVolder coming after the 15W of Westover. They're still side by side at the exit of turn number 2. Westover a little bit of a better run. He'll now drop to the bottom of 3 and 4. Gallardo continues to lead out off of turn number 4. Westover and DeVolder continue to battle for 4th.
What a battle for that 4th place spot. Westover wrestles it away that time through turns 1 and 2. Slides up in front of the 44S of DeVolder. He'll drop down to the inside to protect through turns 3 and 4. Drift up to hit the cushion on exit turn number 4. Westover still in that 4th place spot, but DeVolder's going to work. Can't quite clear by for the slider that time through turns 1 and 2. Best battle on the track still for that 4th place spot is Fido Gallardo. He's outrunning him out in front right now. It's Gallardo, your leader. Ingalls in second, and Philip Houston. That's the top 3 here with just a couple laps to go.
For as furious as the battle has been over the 4th spot between Westover and DeVolder, Westover continues to dive into the bottom of 3 and look to the inside of the 71 of Houston. Houston, though, every time has turned him away. White flag flies. 1 lap to go for Fido Gallardo.
Well, I thought Jason Ingalls had a shot last time off of turn number 4. We'll see if he has anything here in the final turns of this one. Down to the inside to the checkers. Fido Gallardo hangs on over Jason Ingalls. Jason Ingalls, that last time around there coming to the white flag, had a really good run off of turn number 4. Not quite enough there to finish that one off, but it will be the driver out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in the Gallardo construction. Team GRC G17, how about it for Fido Gallardo, your winner of Edelbrock heat race number 3. So Gallardo wins, Jason Ingalls second, Philip Houston third, Cale Westover, Shane DeVolder the top 5 in Edelbrock heat race number 3, as we will roll through the lineup here of MSD heat race number 4. Chris Kratzer on the front row of this one, the Wichita Tire and Alignment. 55 out of Wichita, Kansas to his outside. Jason Hughes of the Salina, Oklahoma, the West Siloam Pond number 12. Row 2 will be A.J. Hoff out of Manorville, Minnesota. He is in the A&A Electric and Underground 55H. It is outside your defending series champion out of Woodward, Oklahoma, the Boom Test Well Service 4R. That is Derek Ramirez. We'll stop here in the lineup of this one, and we will send it down to Pat Graham as he will have a word with Fido Gallardo, your winner of heat race number 3.
Let him get his helmet off. Fido, how's that feel making the trip from Las Cruces over here to Texas, get that heat race win?
It feels really good. I mean, consider we've had a lot of problems in the road over here. We barely made it. We creeped in, but I mean, to get a win in the heat, it means a lot. I mean, you know, especially against the group of this caliber, you know. So I'm really happy. And Jacob didn't make it. His radiator had a hole, so hopefully he'll do good in the B.
There you have it. Vito Gallardo, heat race winner number 3. Back up to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much, Pat. Chase Allen will be third row on the inside. He is out of Midlothian, Texas, the Ellis County Barbecue. 130 to his outside, the Maury Brothers Incorporated 19 SB. That's Lance Maury out of Imperial, California. Row 4 to the inside, the Wichita Tank Racing D25 of David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Alongside Jeremy Lacoe out of Lincoln, Arkansas. He pilots the First Class Automotive 75J. Row 5 to the inside, we will find Kevin Rutherford, that Performance Steering Components number 9 out of Flower Mound, Texas. Alongside Dylan Thornton, he's in the Salty's Barbecue and Catering 38T out of Santa Maria, California. And your final starter scheduled to be Brian Gunwall, racing out of Brookston, Texas, that ABC Auto number 44X. Here we go, MSD Heat Race number 4 ready to come to green with Kratzer and Hughes on row number 1.
Start for the 55 at Kratzer, but the 12 at Jason Hughes with the preferred line takes the lead down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Now Kratzer going to have to contend with the 4R Ramirez. Ramirez works the bottom side of 3 and 4. Hughes leads lap number 1. Kratzer barely over the 4R Ramirez for second.
Good race there for the number 2 spot. Settles out for time being. Kratzer holds on to second, but Ramirez digs back down to the inside as we've got Kevin Rutherford around in turn number 1. So not able to quite tell from up top here, Pat. Did you get a look there what happened to the 9 of Rutherford down in turn 1?
I sure did, Bryce. I don't think any contact at all. I think he just got in there, and it's starting to slick off a little bit. You see that lighter area there at the entry of turn 1. He just got in there a little hot and got turned around. So I think no damage done at all. He'll just tag at the back of the field, and away we'll go again.
So we will get the 9 of Rutherford put back into alignment here. Boy, how about Chris Kratzer, man? You know, qualified there to earn the pole spot after finishing in 4th in qualifying. Of course, Jason Hughes able to overhaul the 55. He had his hands full of Derek Ramirez, but still a solid run there in that opening lap. We'll see what he can do in the 55.
Yeah, you know, the heck of a reward for a good qualifying effort. You have to try to outrace Jason Hughes and Derek Ramirez.
So here we go, just one lap completed of 8. MSD Heat Race number 4 comes back to life, and what a restart for the 4R of Derek Ramirez. He'll show himself down to the inside of the 12 of Jason Hughes. Hughes fast off the cushion, though. He'll try to run away from the 4R. Not quite going to be able to do it, though. Ramirez digs back down to the inside once again here as we complete lap number 2.
Hughes, Ramirez, Kratzer, Maury, and Allen, your top 5. Kratzer now trying to show his nose to the inside of Derek Ramirez. Ramirez will scoot away down the back straightaway. Now we've got a race for 4th developing between Allen and Maury. Maury just in front of the number 1, but Allen searching for a way by.
Yeah, Chase Allen trying to take over that 4th place spot from Lance Maury. A.J. Hoff runs just outside of that top 5, is out in front. Jason Hughes hits his marks along the cushion of the Rocket Raceway Park. Ramirez not really able to do anything with him now as we begin to stretch together a pretty good green flag run. Hughes with just over a half a second lead last time around. 5 in, 3 to go this time by Jason Hughes on top. Still by just over a half a second, 0.674 seconds. The advantage for the 12 of Hughes.
Man, Bryce, my prediction of Jason Hughes going back to victory lane this year at the King of America, it might happen sooner than that. The 12 out front looks absolutely lightning fast right now as Kratzer trying to come back after the 4R.
Yeah, Jason Hughes trying to end a major drought. That Hughes Racing chassis number 12. A trio of Hughes cars out in front of this one. Jason Hughes, Derek Ramirez, and Chris Kratzer, all 3 behind the wheel of Hughes Racing chassis here in MSD Heat Race number 4. Checkered flag is going to wave off its herd number 4, though, in MSD Heat Race number 4 will go to Jason Hughes.
Derek Ramirez, Kratzer, Lance Maury, Chase Allen, your top 5. Then it's going to be A.J. Hoff, Dylan Thornton, David Tanner, Kevin Rutherford, Jeremy Lacoe, and Brian Gunwall rounding out the field here for heat race number 4.
So your heat race winner, he's now out of Salina, Oklahoma. The Hughes Racing chassis, Mullins Racing engines powered, West Siloam Pond, Cates Recycling, Piggin' Out, Red Tail Tackle, and Murphy Oil Company. Number 12, Jason Hughes, your winner of MSD heat race number 4. On to VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. The 2020 Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year will be on the front row of this one at Wichita, Kansas. The Mel Hamilton Ford 02 of Tanner Mullins will get us started from row number 1 with Caden Carter, the gas man, who is outside of Oskaloosa, Iowa, on the Casey's 33Z. Row 2 to the inside, the Rafter P Construction 18M. That is Wayne Melton out of Caddo Mills, Texas, alongside Jimmy Williams, the Williams Trucking 82 out of Denison, Texas. Back to row 3, the Everflow Plumbing entry. That's Max Eddie Thomas, the 82 out of Quinlan, Texas, alongside the Rendell RV number 99 of Jeff Needham out of Ennis, Texas. Back to row 4, Ronnie Yanisek racing out of Amarillo, Texas. He pilots the Amarillo Auto Supply and Off-Road number 77. As we'll send it back down to Pat Graham here before we complete the lineup of this one. He's with your winner of heat race number 4, Jason Hughes.
Jason, you and Derek run 1-2. How's that feel for your Hughes chassis buggies up front like that in the heat race?
Really good there, you know. Anytime your car's up front, whether it's you or your customers, it's really good, but glad to be back up front there ourselves.
I think you had the largest largest margin of victory there so far in the heat races, so you got a pretty good buggy.
We had a pretty good hot rod out there then, but the track's going to change a lot. We just got to keep up and make the right changes and see how things go.
That sounds good. Jason Hughes, your heat race winner. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Pat. We'll move through the rest of the lineup of VP Racing Fuels Heat 5. We'll find Chase Holland on the outside of the 4th row. He's out of Saussure, Mississippi. He's in the Industrial Dock and Door Company 07. Row 5 to the inside will be Jared Baird. Baird racing out of Norman, Oklahoma, the Maples Motorsports 99B. And to his outside will be Chris Hawkins out of Neosho, Missouri, the Double Down Asphalt USA 1. He will start 10th. And your final starter will be Tanner Barnhart racing out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. That Barnhart Heat and Air number 511.
Interesting front row in this one with Tanner Mullins to the inside of Caden Carter. Carter, a Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender this year. Mullins won the award in 2020, and he's a guy that figures to take a big leap this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out after 8 laps as we turn up the heat on VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. Tanner Mullins going to wrestle that top line away from Caden Carter there on the opening lap of that one. Carter files into the 2nd place spot. Jimmy Williams working in 3rd here on lap number 1.
Mullins, Carter, Williams, Melton, Max Eddie Thomas, your top 5. Thomas trying the bottom side of the speedway to see if he can drive by Wayne Melton. Now Melton pulls up to the backside of Jimmy Williams into 3 and 4. Williams gets tight. That allows Melton to challenge to the bottom. Williams hangs on for now.
Wayne Melton searching down to the inside of turns 3 and 4. He runs 1 groove lower as well through turns 1 and 2. So Melton not afraid to venture off of that cushion right now. Now he'll venture back up to the top side of the racetrack, that time in turn number 4. Not able to go anywhere right now in the 18M. As out in front, Tanner Mullins looking strong here in the early goings of VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. Halfway through this time by, it's Mullins, Carter, and Williams, your top 3.
Battle trying to form a little bit further back in the field over the 7th and 8th spot, 6th and 7th between Chase Holland and Ronnie Yanisek. Yanisek has taken a couple of looks at the 07. Now going to pull back in line, drops to the bottom of 3 and 4, seeing if he can get a run. Can't do it so far. Holland continues to hold down the 6th spot as Mullen continues to lead.
Caden Carter in that 2nd place spot. We talked about it a little bit. The fill-in driver this weekend for Zach Vanderbeek, who's on baby watch over the weekend. Got another little girl coming into the world, so he is electing to stay home here at the start of the season. He's put Caden Carter behind the wheel. This heat race shows why. The driver that won 14 modified features last season, running strong here in that 2nd place spot with just 1 lap to go in VP Racing Fuels Heat 5. Say the gas man's a good fill-in runner right now as he's in that 2nd place spot. As we put a bow on heat race number 5, Tanner Mullins will pick up the heat race win.
Tanner Mullins is your winner. Caden Carter 2nd. Jimmy Williams comes across the line in 3rd. Wayne Melton 4th. Max Eddie Thomas 5th. Chase Holland 6th. Ronnie Yanisek 7th. Chris Hawkins 8th. Jeff Needham will come home in 9th. Then it's Jared Baird and Tanner Barnhart that rounds out your field.
So there you have it. Heat race number 5 goes the driver to Wichita, Kansas, the Mel Hambleton Ford. Sedona Trucking, Fuquay Trucking, Clay Money Trucking, Bergman Taxton County, and Kanoki Farms, number 02, Tanner Mullins, your winner in VP Racing Fuels Heat 5. Moving to Risco Industries Heat Race number 6, the Gerber Collision and Glass 65 will sit on the front row of this one. Tyler Davis out of Hayesville, Kansas will lead us to the green with Chris Dawson to his outside, racing out of Lubbock, Texas, the Revolution Race Products number 7X. Inside of row number 2, Lakeshore, Minnesota's Dan Ebert, the Minnesota Truck Headquarters number 60. And his outside it'll be Joe Duval out of Claremore, Oklahoma. He's the Mel Hambleton Ford number 91. Row 3 to the inside, Chris Spalding, the Scott Bryant Dozing 00S out of Montgomery City, Missouri. And to Spalding's outside, it's Jacob Leese out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the Kevco Oil Pans and Components number 21. Row 4 to the inside, a little freaky, Clyde Dunn Jr. He's out of Rockwall, Texas, the Smiley's Racing Products 88 XXX with Justin McCoy to his outside. McCoy out of Grandview, Texas, Daugherty Brothers Construction number 410. Back to row number 5, Grand Saline, Texas racer Casey Fowler, the Texas Locomotive Solutions 64 alongside Sean Gaddis. Diana, Texas, the Transmissions Unlimited number 7. And your final starter will be Kerry Collins. He is out of Tuttle, Oklahoma, the Big Boy Motorsports number 3C. Somehow Tanner Mullins found himself at the back of the line here at the scale house, so not sure how that transpired. But we may not get a victory lane interview from that heat race right away from the 02 of Tanner Mullins. You can see him setting a few cars back there waiting to clear across the scales and have a word with Pat Graham as we pack in the top side of the racetrack here for Risco Industries Heat Race number 6. Tyler Davis will set the pace alongside Chris Dawson on row number 1.
You know, Zach Vanderbeek, not the only USMTS driver on baby watch right now. The 65 of Tyler Davis set to bring another young one into the world. His wife, Emily Davis, due just about any time now. So hopefully things, he can get through the weekend before that happens. But I know they're excited about that. You know, another thing about that 65, in a Bills Built racing chassis this year, working with local chassis builder Bobby Bills out of the Wichita, Kansas area, redesigning some things, trying to get those Bills Built chassis faster. And Tyler Davis so far has liked his early returns as he picked up an A feature win just a couple weeks ago.
Well, we'll see what he can do here in Risco Industries Heat Race number 6 with Chris Dawson to his outside, Dan Ebert, Joe Duval on row number 2. So we turn them loose here in Risco Industries Heat Race number 6.
And strong start for the 91 of Joe Duval. Immediately dropped to the bottom of the speedway. He challenges for the lead off of turn number 2. He'll slot into the second spot. It looks like the 7X of Dawson going to race to his outside. Duval slide in front of the 7X as Davis leads lap number 1.
Yeah, Big Daddy's aggressive here in the early goings of this one. He'll jump to the cushion of that second place spot. Dan Ebert as well slides right across the nose of the 21 of Jacob Leese. Leese ready to turn it under the 60. He'll dive deep. He'll return the favor in turns 3 and 4. Slight job there for the 4th place spot, working off at turn 4.
Ebert going to try to feed it back to him into turns 1 and 2, but Blease blocks as he tries to drive underneath the 7 of Dawson. Meanwhile, behind them, Ebert and Spalding about got together as well. Davis continues to lead. Joe Duval runs 2nd, Dawson 3rd, Blease 4th, Dan Ebert your top 5.
Yeah, Spalding nearly got in that exchange with the 21 and the 60. All as well, though. Back there just outside of the top 5. As out in front, Tyler Davis. He's cruising right now, that Gerber Collision and Glass Midwest Wrap Company number 65. Like Eric mentioned, a Bills Built chassis for the racer out of Hayesville, Kansas. Joe Duval settled back into a more distant second now as Jacob Leese begins to size up the 7X of Chris Dawson. Dawson now under attack for 3rd.
Lee's going to follow Dawson through turns 1 and 2. Both drivers working the cushion along with the 60 of Ebert and the 005 of Spalding just behind them. They're nose to tail through 3 and 4. Davis continues to lead with 2 to go.
So Tyler Davis blazing a trail here in Risco Industries Heat Race number 6. Joe Duval, the number 2 spot. Chris Dawson, Jacob Leese, Dan Ebert, the top 5 with just 1 to go.
White flag in the air for the 65 of Tyler Davis up along the top side of the speedway. Lights flashing off of the metallic blue look for that driver this year. For the final time through turns 3 and 4, Tyler Davis picks up heat race number 6.
So heat race number 6 comes under the checkered flag, and it'll be Hayesville, Kansas racer Tyler Davis that picks up the win. So as Tyler Davis wins Risco Industries heat race number 7, we're going to send it straight down to Pat Graham. He'll have a word with the winner of heat race number 5, Tanner Mullins.
Tanner, that track's pretty fast right now, but you think it's going to slick off as the night goes on?
Yeah, I sure hope so. I hope it's close to last night, so that's the best we can wish for, and just give it all we got.
There you have it. Heat race winner, Tanner Mullins. Back up to you, Bryce.
Thank you, Pat. We'll get to Tyler Davis here shortly. In the meantime, we'll run through the lineup of heat race number 7. Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender Colton Horner will start in the front row of this one out of Katy, Texas. He's in the Modern Motorsports number 56. His outside, Landon Atkinson, Little Falls, Minnesota, the Hilmerson Sports Center 18A. Row 2 to the inside, it's going to be Mike Dillard out of McKinney, Texas. He's an Extreme Brand Product 66X with Bo Day to his outside out of Greenville, Texas, W&W Timber number 4. Row 3 to the inside, Springfield, Missouri's Terry Phillips, the Andy's Frozen Custard 75, alongside Chris Hennigan, the Panel Trust number 16 out of Marshall, Texas. Back to row number 4, it'll be Chris Clark. He will line up in the 8C on the inside of the 4th row, as we'll send it back down to Pat Graham now with the winner of heat race number 6.
There we have it. That track's starting to slick off a little bit. A lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I slowed down once we got rolling a little bit, and I think we picked up a little bit of speed. I'd like to say hi to my wife and daughter at home. She's about to have a little baby boy any today, so I want to say hi to them.
It's kind of fun. You get out here having fun. They get to watch from home, but that's the cool part about racing dirt. Your family and friends can watch from home.
Yeah, it makes it really easy for them to say.
There you have it. Tyler Davis, your heat race winner. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Pat. Chris Clark, like we mentioned on the inside of the 4th row, the CarQuest 8C out of Jackson, Wyoming, with Brandon Givens is outside the Gressel Racing 2G out of Wichita, Kansas. Your final 2 starters, Darren Fuqua out of Mayetta, Kansas. He's the big-time Bell Bonds 87. And Donnie Barnhart is outside of North Little Rock, Arkansas. The Barnhart Heat and Air 11B. That 11B sounds a little bit different than the rest. There's a reason for that, too. The V6 power plant underneath the hood of Donnie Barnhart. I'd heard about that yesterday. No, the crew at Racing Dirt was talking about it. Kevin Rogers as well, a fuel supplier for those folks. He said the old Grand National V6 powering Donnie Barnhart's 11B machine.
Well, that's a very distinct high-pitched sound coming out of that race car as well, and some true crossover headers will give you that sound a little bit, but apparently that is a true V6 underneath the hood of that 11B. That'll be one to keep an eye on from the back of this field.
Yeah, Barnhart out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. He ran back in the day with the Hava Tampa late models as well. There's some stories there for the 11B as we get set to go here in the final heat race of this one. Going to be Colton Horner and Landon Atkinson bringing us to green. And
problems on the start. Excuse me, Bryce. I apologize. It looks like the 66X not taking off for some problems for Mike Dillard as he continues to roll around 1 and 2.
And we're going to call that one back. That definitely affected the start of that one. So not sure what happened there with McKinney, Texas racer Mike Dillard. Real quickly, do need to make a mention here. Jaden King, attention to the grandstands. Jaden King, if you are in the grandstands, you need to head to the pit shack. So not sure if you can hear us out there, but Jaden King, you are needed in the pit shack.
Looks like the 66 of Dillard going to make his exit off the top side of turn number 2. Yellow lights still flashing around the speedway. Another side note, maybe.
So getting word there, Caden Carter, who finished second in his heat race a little bit earlier on in the night, was disqualified. Not hearing what for just yet, but Caden Carter was disqualified. Left rear suspension infraction is what we are hearing on the 33Z of Caden Carter, so he was disqualified at his heat race. Sorry, didn't mean to jump in there with that one. We got a lot going on here. We got a lost wallet. We got disqualifications. We're trying to race as well. Heat race number 7 comes to green. At least we don't have a car that needs moved at Tri-State Speedway. I've had that one entered. ravine.
Problems for Landon Atkinson off the top side of turn 2. Apologies once again. Atkinson continuing to have issues down the back straightaway. He's going to loop it at the top side of turn number 3. That'll bring us back to another caution here early in heat race 7.
Boy, when that thing got out of shape on him, I didn't know if he was going to get it back underneath him without collecting somebody down the back straightaway. So tough break there for Landon Atkinson as he gets up into the wall there and turns, coming off of turn 2, and that carried all the way down into turn 3.
It looked like for a moment he might have the car underneath him down the back straightaway, and then Darren Fuqua came streaking to the inside. Atkinson trying to avoid him, and that's what put the final loop on and tied the bow on his issues over there in turn 3.
So it looks like we'll have another complete restart, but not before we do a little 10 work here on the right rear quarter panel of Atkinson's 18A. So Ryan Staley will take a look at the 18A, make sure it is off of that right rear American Racer. Looks like most of the damage really on the high side there up by the spoiler. Not sure that tire's affected too much there as he kind of took most of the damage on the top side of the right rear of that car.
I think the only thing you have to worry about there is if that quarter panel with the whole rear decking getting shoved over to the left, is the quarter panel set into the left too much. As these suspension systems articulate, that right rear tire will actually move just slightly backwards as the car squats over and the suspension gets a little longer on that right hand side. You hope it doesn't get into the quarter panel. We'll see if the quarter panel is out of the way enough for the 18A. Yellow lights are out. Field set to come back to green.
So here we go. Try it again. Rough go of it here in the final heat race for the USMTS Modifieds. Out comes the green, though. And Colton Horner will take the field down the front straightaway. Door's going to open for Terry Phillips down the inside. He'll pull alongside Bo Day. Going after that second place spot, Chris Hennigan back there in fourth as well. Some heavy hitters throughout the field of this one as we complete lap number 1.
Now Bo Day still trying to shake the 75 at Terry Phillips as Phillips works the inside to perfection through turns 1 and 2, but still not enough to pull up alongside Bo Day. Now we've got the 16 of Hennigan taking a look to the inside of Phillips off of turn number 4. Continues to the 56 of Horner leading the field.
So Horner still out in front of this one, a Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender out of Katy, Texas, down near the Houston, Texas area right now, rolling along the top side of the Rocket Raceway Park. That MB Custom Stowen Racing Engines powered 56. Bo Day still back in second. Hennigan was taking a look on Terry Phillips to no avail, though, and TP holds on to third here as we complete lap 4.
You talked about it earlier. Bo Day picked up 2 feature wins here last year at the what was known as the 82 Speedway. He's creeping ever closer to the Grant Younghands Memorial Rookie of the Year contender of Horner in the 56. Off of turn 4, Horner continues to lead. It's a 2-car length lead over Day. Day working the cushion furiously, but Horner pulls away off of 2.
Yeah, you can tell Bo Day knows his way around this racetrack. He's cut it to about 3 car lengths now on the 56 of Colton Horner. Just a couple laps to go, though, and the sand in the hourglass begins to run thin now for the Greenville, Texas racer who works in second. Terry Phillips back in third, Hennigan still fourth, and Brandon Givens. That's the top 5 now with 1 lap to go.
White flag in the air one final time around the Rocket Raceway Park. Horner has this one in hand down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. It'll be Horner leading the field off a turn for number 4 to the checkered flag. Bo Day will finish second, Terry Phillips third. Then it's the 16 of Chris Hennigan in fourth, Brandon Givens fifth, Landon Atkinson sixth, Darren Fuqua, Chris Clark, and Terry Barnhart rounding out your field.
So your top 3 finishers there, Hennigan in third. Second goes to Bo Day. Your heat race winner, though, he's a Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender out of Katy, Texas. The MB Custom Stowen Racing Engines powered HSPC Modern Motorsports S&S Fishing and Rental, GW Performance, and Day Motorsports 56. Colton Horner, your winner in RHRSwag.com heat race number 7. So final heat race of the night comes under the checkers. Pat Graham, before we get Colton Horner down there to you, what were the big takeaways from that one? We saw Jason Hughes reel off a pretty solid heat race win. You said it looked like the biggest margin there for the 12 of Hughes. Who else are you keeping an eye on after those heat races?
You know, the Caden Carter looked pretty strong. Obviously, Derek Ramirez looked strong as well in that same heat race as Jason Hughes. Jason looked really strong. You know, this track, from what they said when they practiced last night, it's got some moisture in it, and you know, those guys are getting up on the cushion and letting her eat. But that's, you know, that's fun too. But this track's going to slick off, and I think some of those cars that you saw last night that were really good in practice when it slicked off, as long as they can make it into the A through one of the Bs, you know, they'll be all right. So this track's going to slick off a little bit, and we'll hopefully get a chance to talk to Colton Horner here before these Bs kick off.
So going to have some factory stock heat races roll out here before the B mains this evening. Go ahead and run through the lineup of heat race number 2 as we wait on Colton Horner. Ricky Shepard's going to be front row on the inside, the 51R to Paradise, Texas. To his outside, we'll find Dustin Nation out of Blossom, Texas in the 94. Row 2 on the inside, Chad Abernathy out of Mount Ida, Arkansas, car 4, with Michael Smith, his outside, the 5V racing out of Paris. Row 3 on the inside, the 13B, it will be Brian Baker. Is outside, Dennis Slater out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, the 19. Row 4 on the inside from Wills Point, Texas, the 98. That's Chris Davis alongside Ty Abernathy out of Mount Ida, Arkansas. Your final 2 starters, the 413, Christopher Bledsoe of Achille, Oklahoma, alongside Nate Dixon in the 10, racing out of Ennis, Texas. Your 10 starters for heat race number 1. For the byline surveying USRA factory stocks, again still waiting on Colton Horner to clear the scales to have a word down in the infield with Pat Graham after the win there in heat race number 7. I believe we are going to go ahead and go racing here in heat race number 1. You know, a takeaway for us up in the announcer's booth was how quickly Fido Gallardo managed to get off the scales in comparison to everybody else. The disparity in time spent on the scales is something that to note. And it's a mystery because we can't see back there.
Yeah, you don't know exactly what they're checking or what they're looking at. Can definitely create for some interesting situations as we wait still for the 56 of Horner. Factory stock heat race number 1 goes green.
So here we go. Out comes the green flag. Heat race number 1 for the byline surveying USRA factory stocks. V of Michael Smith out in front here in the early goings of this one. 98 of Chris Davis working through the field. Of course, a perennial front runner with the USRA factory stock divisions down here in the state of Texas. Trying to make his way to the top 3 behind Chad Abernathy. Abernathy making the trip down from Mount Ida, Arkansas. He regularly runs at the Tri-State Speedway in Pecola, Oklahoma. Now that his local track, Diamond Park Speedway, has picked up this class, look for him to race there as well. But Abernathy works in that second place spot as Chris Davis tries to work up into those top 3, trying to clear by the 94 of Dustin Nation. He will do so. Davis now into the 3rd place spot. Nation not giving it up easy, though. He'll roll back to the outside of the 98 once again in that race for 3rd as Chad Abernathy begins to track down your leader, the 5V of Michael Smith. Smith from right down the road in Paris, Texas. He shows the way over the Arkansas racer of Abernathy. Those two trying to go side by side for the top spot. Chris Davis still in 3rd. Nate Dixon's worked off the tail of the field as well. Another fast racer from 10th now into the 4th place spot, following right in the wheel tracks of the 98 of Chris Davis. Dustin Nation still trying to hang in there in the top 5 as the white flag comes out in front of this one. 1 to go here for heat race number 1. Final time around in heat race number 1 here for the byline surveying USRA factory stock division. 3 heat races tonight for the factory stocks as we race to the checkers side by side. Be the 5V of Michael Smith that hangs on to win heat race number 1. So with that, we're going to quickly send it down trackside. Heat race number 7 winner Colton Horner is with Pat Graham.
Colton, when there's a little bit of cushion like that, how much fun is it to get up there and just let it go?
It's an absolute blast driving one of these cars around the cushion, you know, hammering $8,000. It's a blast.
What's that, how are you looking for the feature now? That helps you. Think you got enough passing points there that'll have you in, or do you think you might have to still run a B even with this many cars in the field?
I don't know. We won the heat from the pole, and sometimes you can still run a B, but I'd hope to be in the show here and maybe in the redraw, but we'll see.
There you have it. Colton Horner, your heat race winner. Back up to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much, Pat Graham. Heat race number 1, again going to Michael Smith there out of Paris, Texas. Your winner of the opening heat race for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. That'll move us into heat race number 2.
Heat race number 2, lineup's going to stack up like this. On the front row, a couple of Paris, Texas drivers. On the pole, the 12W is Eric Whitaker. To his outside, the 28 will be James Proctor. On the inside of row number 2 from Ector, Texas, the 38 Double D is Rodney White. And to his outside from Powderly, Texas, the 2H is Marty Hicks. On the inside of row number 3 from Quinlan, Texas, the 18 that is Tim Clonch. And to his outside from Blossom, Texas, the 4B is Kyle Blanton. Inside of row number 4 from Salina, Texas, the 22C is Richard George Jr. And to his outside from Dallas, Texas, the 1W is Walter Hamilton. Your final row here for Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. From Crandall, Texas, car number 31 is Timothy Hardman. And to his outside from Greenville, the 157 is Brad Cruz. We got 10 cars scheduled to go. I believe 7 laps in distance in Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. Field slowly creeping through turns 3 and 4. The anticipation for the green flag building. Off of turn number 4, we light the fires. Green flag is in the air for Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. Looks like it's going to be the 38 of Roddy White. Grabs the early lead down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. He's followed by the number 12W of Eric Whitaker. Field comes off of turn number 4. They're stacked up behind the 12W. Whitaker now under attack from the 28 of James Proctor. He looks to the inside. Problems for your leader, Rodney White, in the 38 Double D. He pulls it to the infield off the back straightaway. That hands the lead over to, looks like the 18 of Tim Clonch going to come out with a lead. Now we got big problems at the top side of turns number 1 and 2. Was trying to figure out who led lap number 2, and we've got a fire underneath the hood of a car sitting at the top side of turn number 1. Brad Graham, red flag situation here as we've got a rollover at the top side of turn number 1. Can't see a car number from where we're at. Scary situation over there as everybody heads to make sure the driver's okay.
It's out of the car. It's the 12W, Eric, if you're wondering for you guys in the fans. But he is out of the car. His helmet's off. They're getting the fire put out.
So the 12W of Eric Whitaker, the driver, sitting at the top side of turns number 1. Rough way to start the year, Pat. See if maybe you can go over and get it ready.
I'll see what I can do. We're up here. They're getting the fire put out.
Again, scary situation over at the top side of turns number 1 and 2.
All right, we got the driver here. Derek, you're all right?
I'm good.
Just looking over the damage.
Don't know where that came from, but yeah, I'm good.
All right, there you have it. Driver's all right.
Well, glad to know the 12W of Eric Whitaker was okay. The field come down the front straightaway. About 5 or 6 cars all racing in one big group as they headed towards turn number 1. Whitaker just got turned around and nosed into the wall. Left side tires caught and flipped it over from there. So again, glad to know Eric Whitaker is okay. The safety officials down there cleaning up the accident scene. While we're waiting on that to get cleaned up and go back to green flag racing here. Some tweets coming into the racingdirt.com page. Again, tonight's race is streaming live on both racingdirt.com and raceontexas.com as well. Some people chiming in tonight. Scotty Mack so far, Bryce, I think, has the early tweet of the night. Flow Racing has late models from Boot Hill and Swainsboro. Dirt Vision has sprint cars. Racing Dirt has USMTS mods. 76 of them. USMTS is the best show to watch tonight.
There you go. Somebody's got it figured out. Who was that? Scotty Mack?
That was old Scotty Mack chiming in, so appreciate that, Scotty Mack. Brian Reedman chiming in, rooting for the 60 of Dan Ebert. Looks like Brian at work, unfortunately, though, so at least if you got to work tonight, Brian, at least you're watching some great racing here from Petty, Texas at the Rocket Raceway Park. Dylan Allen tuned in tonight. Ellie Nightingale back from the Wichita area. We are happy the USMTS is back as well, Miss Ellie. John Niemitz tuned in from Iowa Park, Texas, and Scott Kennedy watching the USMTS as well. So want to say thank you to all those folks. Continue to send those tweets in to us at racingdirt.com. Let us know where you're watching tonight.
I want to take this moment as well to mention some of the great marketing partners here, the Rocket Raceway Park, that have generously sponsored this facility, got it up and running, got it looking beautiful for this weekend season opener. Able Truck and Trailer Sales, of course, they donated the water truck out there as well, one of the nicest water trucks we've seen take care of a dirt racetrack. So thanks to Able Truck and Trailer Sales. Ballistic Trailers, the Victory Lane sponsor here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Bobcat of North Texas, Bravado Wireless, Buckmeyer Motorsports, Kane Buckmeyer supporting the Eco Limited Modified Division this season. Byline Surveying, the sponsor of the USRA Factory Stocks. Camp Gladiator and Emery, Clement & Sons and Sand and Gravel, Costin & Son Ready Mix, Douglas Distributing, Hicks Muffler and Tire, KR Performance Fuels, M&M Dumpster Rentals, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Optimum Collision of Sherman, Parkway Buick GMC, Pepsi, Race on Texas, Sestair Plumbing, Walker, Warren and Jordan Surveying and Mapping, and Whitaker's Towing, all great marketing partners here of the Rocket Raceway Park. And as always, we ask you to support those who support racing.
Yeah, without those fine folks, you know, Kevin Rogers and Kevin Sestair, again, both putting in a monumental effort to get the Rocket Raceway Park ready to go here for night number 1 of the 2022 USMTS season. And so far, early returns, I think they've knocked it out of the park.
No, absolutely, man. This thing has delivered, certainly. And I think as everybody continues to figure the racing surface out as it progresses throughout the night and the racing surface continues to get racier as well, I think you're going to find a great show here tonight and again tomorrow evening as well. Invite you out tomorrow evening if you perhaps are watching on Racing Dirt TV or Race on Texas and trying to make the decision to come out to Petty, Texas. We certainly want you here in person. If not, of course, we will have it streamed live on both Racing Dirt and Race on Texas again tomorrow. Everything's going to be an hour earlier tomorrow. Qualifying tentatively scheduled to kick off at 5:45 p.m. just ahead of the racing program. So again, only going to get better tomorrow as well. $10,000 to win tomorrow night for the USMTS Modifieds. A little extra money as well for all the support classes here on the Saturday finale of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals.
You see Eric Whitaker's machine there in turn number 1 on the back of the Whitaker Towing hook truck. So glad to know that Eric Whitaker is okay after a nasty spill there at the top side of turns number 1. Yellow lights are getting ready to come back on. At the end of that first lap, we'll go ahead and run down your running order. Rodney White was your leader. He had problems down the back straightaway and pulled it to the infield, but lap number 2 not complete, so he's still credited with the lead. Again, Eric Whitaker, the car turned on its top over there in turns number 1. He's credited in second right now. The 2H of Marty Hicks is third. The 28 of James Proctor fourth. Walter Hamilton runs 5th, Tim Claunch 6th, Kyle Blanton 7th, Richard George Jr. in 8th, Brad Cruz 9th, Timothy Hardman rounds out your top 10.
Don't forget, race fans, 50-50 tickets are for sale, so be sure to wave down a 50-50 ticket seller as they work their way through the grandstands, get in on winning some money here this weekend, maybe walk out with more than you came in with, or head down straight down to the USMTS souvenir trailer.
Are we eligible for that? Can we do that?
We can. My gambling has not been good as of late.
Well, it only takes once, though.
Yeah. It only takes once, and I have my blackjack buy-in for just north of the border, right back to give it away yet again.
There you go.
The vicious cycle. But no, I should. The best thing to do would be take it straight down to that USMTS souvenir trailer. But again, get your hands on some 50-50 tickets. Walk out of here with a little bit more money than what you came with. Buy the beer wherever you get it from.
So it looks like
buy us one.
Yeah, no kidding. Not 2.
Right. Just need 1 to get started. I'll find the rest.
Well, there you go.
Not too tall of a commission for me.
Green flag back in the air. Marty Hicks in car 2H bringing the field to green. He'll lead into turns 1 and 2. It's the 1W Walter Hamilton now going to follow and challenge to the inside down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Hamilton runs the bottom of the speedway. It's Hicks along the top side. Race for the lead off of turn number 4. Give it to the 2H of Marty Hicks. Hicks continues to try to fend off the charge from the 1W of Hamilton. Hamilton pushed, got tied at the exit of 2, had to keep it off of the side of the number 2H. They'll file into turns 3 and 4. Kyle Blanton starting to make some moves now. He's reeling in Hamilton down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. It continues to be Hicks, Hamilton, Blanton, your top 3. Behind them, cars fighting for position around the Rocket Raceway Park. Running fourth is Tim Clonch. He's got a handful of cars behind him trying to challenge to his backside as well. 4 laps down, 3 laps to go here in Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. Closest battle on the speedway. We'll keep an eye on the battle for the runner-up position. Meanwhile, we've got the white flag set to fly this time. So white flag is out, 1 lap to go. Apparently I was a lap behind there as Marty Hicks continues to lead. For the final time through 3 and 4, Blanton going to challenge to the inside off of turn number 4 for the runner-up spot. Win's going to go to Marty Hicks. Walter Hamilton will finish second. Kyle Blanton third. Tim Clonch fourth. Brad Cruz rounds out your top 5. Timothy Hardman, James Proctor, Richard George Jr., Rodney White, and Eric Riddicker is going to be how the field is scored.
So final heat of the night getting set to roll out. Heat race number 3 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. We'll take you through the lineup of this one. Brett Jensen scheduled to start front row on the inside. The 123 out of Forney, Texas is outside. Juan Grijalva racing out of Bonham, Texas, the 104. Row 2 on the inside, the 7K. That's Billy White out of Powderly, Texas. Alongside the Moon Man, Jim Moon in car 25 out of Grand Prairie, Texas. Row 3 on the inside, Charles George out of Achille, Oklahoma, the 16G. Alongside Bonham, Texas racer Cody Herndon in the 952. Russell Mahan will start 4th row on the inside, the 32M out of Wolf City, Texas, alongside Dustin Choate. He's out of Forney, Texas in the 62. Final 2 starters, Ruben Broussard. He's out of Fort Worth in the 51X, alongside 7 Points Texas racer Gary Fitch in the 197. So once again, get your 50-50 tickets. Couple young gentlemen out there selling 50-50. You can wave down Cade Sestair as well as his partner in crime out there selling the 50-50 tickets, so get your hands on those. Brett Jensen, Juan Grijalva on row number 1. Billy White, Jim Moon, Charles George, Cody Herndon, Russell Mahan, Dustin Choate, Ruben Broussard, and Gary Fitch. Final heat for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Good start for Brett Jensen through turns 1 and 2. Moonman a little out of shape there in the 025. Try to get that thing gathered back in. Is out in front. The 123 of Brett Jensen will lead the opening lap. 7K of Billy White up into the 2nd place spot. 104 of Juan Grijalva along the top side of the racetrack. Those two side by side just ahead. The 952 of Cody Herndon. Herndon just ahead of Moon in that 4th place spot as Jensen leads out in front of your field. Brett Jensen, that 123 car, rolling uncontested thus far in heat race number 3 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Of course, Sunoco Racing Fuels, the title sponsor of the USRA Factory Stock Division nationally, but Byline Surveying, a great local partner here at the Rocket Raceway Park, presenting this division weekly here in 2022. Good racing, second on back in this one. They're 2x2 throughout the field. Dustin Choate has found himself in contention along the bottom side of the racetrack. He is going to follow the 7K of Billy White right along the hub of the racetrack, up into the 3rd place spot now ahead of Grijalva. He'll knock on the back door of the 7K, says, I got to go. I got this 104 up to my outside, and I'm pretty fast along the hub. Got to find a way around that 7K, though, and Grijalva is going to take it back, and he may take more than that. He'll work to the outside of the 7K and take second at the line. And go after your leader, too. Grijalva's found that cushion. He'll hustle up to the outside of the 123 at Jensen down the back straightaway. New leader into turns 3 and 4, Juan Grijalva. Out to the lead with 1 to go. Dustin Choate along the bottom. He's finally got that bottom side wrestled away from the 7K. Into the 3rd position. Moon's getting aggressive back there as well in the 25. A lot going on. 3rd on back as we're ready to wrap up your final heat race. To the checkers, Juan Grijalva will pick up the heat race win. 2nd will go to Jensen. 3rd to Choate. 4th to Moon. So your top three finishers in that one, Dustin Choate drives up into the third place spot. Second goes to Brett Jensen, your heat race winner at Bonham, Texas. Juan Grijalva, the 104, your winner in heat race number 3.
And impressive racing there in the middle stages of that race as well. At one point, the entire field just about 2 by 2 behind your leader. Everything got sorted out. Dustin Choate finally finishing in that third position right behind the 123 of Brett Jensen. You know, we said it earlier about the stock car division, the factory stocks, also known for putting on great racing each and every night out, wherever they might be among the USRA landscape.
Yeah, this is sometimes the pride and joy of Texas dirt track racing, and these guys have some big money races as well. You see several 5 and 10,000 win shows throughout the region for this USRA factory stock class. We'll get set now for the B main here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. 10 laps, top 6 advance. Row number 1 will find the 22K of Chad King on the front row to Davis, Oklahoma, alongside Lonnie Robbins Jr. out of Alma, Arkansas on the 13.
Row number 2 on the inside, the 109, that's Trent Gibby from Archillia, Oklahoma, I believe that is. To his outside from Kaufman, Texas, the 31 is Mason Martin.
Row 3 to the inside, the 58R, that is Chris Croston, and to his outside we'll find Matt Russ, the 21R out of Farmersville, Texas.
On the inside of row number 4 from Quinlan, Texas, the 49 is Roy Forrester. To his outside from Royce City, Texas, the R143 is Kevin Forrester.
Row 5, Michael McCullough, the 27 out of Denison, alongside Cody McDowell out of Walters, Oklahoma, in the G2G.
Row 6 to the inside from Muskogee, Oklahoma, the 1BB is Blake Beard. To his outside from Fredericksburg, Texas, the 2B is Bryce Beard.
Final 2 starters, Seth McMacken, the 41 junior out of Lone Oak, Texas, and Randy Janway out of Birthright, Texas, in the 8A, as we've already got them wadded up towards the tail of the field here. Looks like the 2B.
Yeah, boy.
Bryce Beard is turned around.
Beard's turned around. The 8A slow on the front straightaway as well. I believe that is Randy Janway. No problems for him. We've got debris on the front straightaway and a big old mess to start limited mod B feature action.
Like we said, the factory stock division, very competitive down here in North Texas. So is this USRA limited modified division. Interesting to see, the USRA B mods mixed into the field here tonight. Lonnie Robbins Jr., one of those cars, you'll be able to identify him with a no spoiler, the typical 2-link true modified instead of the full-framed limited modified. Those allowed to compete with the limited modifieds here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Of course, we mix them up at the Battle at the Bull Ring next week, which we'll all be at on Race and Dirt TV as well at Humboldt Speedway. We see those mixed rule packages, and truly we saw a couple of different heat race winners in both of those rule packages. They've been pretty even thus far this weekend. We see that play out similarly at the Battle at the Bull Ring as well.
Yeah, I think the smaller racetracks, these are tracks that are third of a mile, quarter of a mile in size, they kind of tip their hat and lend their hand to evening out the field. You get onto a bigger 3/8 or a half-mile oval, then you start to lean the edge towards those USRA B mods. But the limited modifieds, it seems like on the quarter miles, find a way to get around these places and really compete with those USRA B mods.
Yeah, so we'll see how that continues to play out throughout the evening as well as throughout the rest of the seasons. Again, they've allowed that rule package to be in place all season long, as have a few other Summit Racing USRA Weekly Racing Series tracks down here in the state of Texas as well as in the state of Louisiana. So record going to work right now. We're looking to get the 2B of Bryce Beard cleared from the front straightaway. 10 laps is the distance here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B Main. 10 laps, top 6 advance to fill out the rest of the field for tonight's 500 to win USRA Limited Modified feature. We've got a trio of USMTS Modified B mains coming up after this. Then we will have a B main for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. Running order for the A mains tonight. The USRA stock cars will be first up. Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks will be second on the docket. USMTS Modifieds will run third. Final feature of the night will be these USRA limited mods that you see out on the Rocket Raceway Park. Don't forget the season opens. The point season opens, track point season here at the Rocket Raceway Park next Saturday night. The KR Cup plus the Rocket Challenge, the USRA Modifieds, will also be in action on the weekly program here beginning next week. Of course, we are planning to be in Humboldt, Kansas on the Race and Dirt broadcast March 10th through the 12th for Battle at the Bull Ring 7. Looking forward to that event. A lot of great racing coming up here in the month of March around the area. Other shows upcoming the following week. March 18th and 19th will open the USRA American Racer Modified Series season at the Arklatex Speedway in Vivian, Louisiana. Looking forward to that one. And Race and Dirt also has an event up at I-35 Speedway in Winston, Missouri. That's available for streaming as well Saturday, March the 19th, the Ice Buster there at the I-35 Speedway. Of course, a lot of great racing in the area. Here in Texas, several great Summit USRA Weekly Racing Series tracks beginning to get their seasons underway here in the Lone Star State. You can check out all those schedules at usraracing.com. Of course, Rocket Raceway Park, one of those, getting their regular track point season underway next week with the KR Cup and the Rocket Challenge.
Then we wrap up the month of March back at Humboldt Speedway with the King of America Crown Jewel event number 1 of the 2022 season, and it's already coming up here in the month of March.
Yeah, hard to believe we're going to be back at it in Humboldt here shortly. As we go back green, though, in the B main here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. In the top 6 move on, and right now Chad King jumps the top of the heat through turns 1 and 2.
Chad King, your early leader. Lonnie Robbins Jr. in car 13, trying to see if he can find something around the top side of the speedway. So far, King a little bit better than than the 13. Now we've got a challenge for the 3rd spot between Gibby and Martin. Martin looked to the inside of Trent Gibby through turns 1 and 2. They'll file nose to tail through 3 and 4 as King continues to lead.
Yeah, so Chad King out in front of this one. Lonnie Robbins Jr. works in the 2nd place spot. 3rd is Trent Gibby. Mason Martin works in 4th. We got a caution, though. Car around
in turn 49 of Roy Forrester running in the 7th spot the last time by. So Forrester with problems, going to bring the field back to a yellow. Looks like he's got the car in gear. Going to rejoin the tail of the field.
Tell you what, while we're working on this USRA Limited Modified B main, going to jump in. We're going to interrupt the conversation there with Tyler Rankin. Pat Graham, tell us how's the racetrack beginning to develop here throughout the B main?
It's that cushion keeps moving up and moving up higher here in 1 and 2, and it's kind of starting to slick off through the middle. I still think that cushion, I'd like to see it get all the way up to the top in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, it looks like it's slicked off pretty good there, but still quite a bit of moisture even for these guys. And those B mains, Tyler and I were just talking about that. Those B mains for the USMTS guys, those are going to be intense with only 4 guys moving on.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be cutthroat. We were talking about heat races being good. We watched several really good B mains last season as well, didn't we, Pat?
Yes, we did, and I can't wait for those. Tyler and I were just looking at some of the lineups for those, and they're going to be intense. There's going to be some guys coming from the middle of the pack that are going to want to get into that top 4.
So there you have it. Thanks again, Pat Graham, our infield reporter for the weekend. Happy to have him along as always as we turn him back loose here in the B main. Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B main back underway, looking for the top 6 to take into tonight's 500 to win A main.
Chad King continues to lead the field off at turn number 2. Lonnie Robbins Jr. had his hands full with Trent Gibby through 1 and 2. Robbins Jr. now pulls into the 2nd spot. Once again, going to look to come after King as they complete lap number 3.
So Chad King working along the bottom side of the racetrack. Lonnie Robbins Jr. going to work in the 2nd position. Trent Gibby back in 3rd. Chris Croston in the 4th place spot. Matt Rust and Mason Martin right now your top 6 transfers. They're dicing it up right now for the final transfer position. Sorting that out. Maybe some hurt feelings back there around the 6th place spot if they keep this one up. Out in front though, Chad King rolling untouched right now. Looking pretty good here in the B main.
Now we got problems for, I believe, the 58R of Croston at the top side of turns 1 and 2. He's all the way at the back of the field, but keeps it running. We stay under green. Meanwhile, King continues to lead off of turn number 4. Car not being scored, running in the 4 spot right now. Looks like the G2G of Cody McDowell. Damage to the left front of that race car. I believe he might have barely clipped a Uke tire, but no worse for wear as he comes after the runner-up spot. Meanwhile, we've got a problem.
It's going to be Croston in the 58 around there in turn 4. He was in your blind spot there, Eric.
I couldn't see. Looking through a wall over here.
Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to one. Not when I'm talking to you, though.
Well, yeah. No, they all know.
People say I'm like talking to a wall, though, and I'll give them that. Sometimes that blank look is just that, just a blank look.
As long as the wall doesn't start talking back, you're probably okay.
Ooh. We won't get into what can cause that. So Chad King out in front of this field looking pretty good here in the B main. We've got 6 laps completed of 10. Right now it is King your leader. Lonnie Robbins Jr. in the 2nd place spot. 3rd is the 109 of Trent Gibby. Cody McDowell, like I said, not scoring on My Race Pass. He is in the 4th position. Then it is Matt Rust and Mason Martin. That looks to be your top 6 here with just 4 laps to go in the B main.
So green flag out once again. The 22K of Chad King to the early lead. Now he's going to have a challenge from the 109 of Gibby, though. Gibby with a great restart took over the runner-up spot. Meanwhile, we've got a car back off the top side of turns number 1 and 2. I believe that is the 41JR of Seth McMacken. That's going to bring us back to another caution.
Cautions breeding cautions here in the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod B main. So hopefully we can finish this one up here shortly before we whittle the field down to the only half a dozen that we need.
Looks like some fluid on the bottom side of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2 as well. Gonna have to try to see if we can figure out which car that came from. It might be from the 41. It looks like that fluid streak continues off a 2 down the back straightaway as well. So have to see maybe if we can figure out where that is coming from, as that could spell the end of somebody's night. Of course, any time of fluid coming out of any kind coming out of a race car, never a good thing. Don't see anything obvious, though, as the field rolled through turns 1 and 2. So again, looking for 6 cars to transfer in tonight's limited mod A feature event. Chad King, through the first 6 out of 10 laps of this one, has held the field at bay. Trent Gibby and Lonnie Robbins Jr. each taking a crack at the 22K. So far, nobody able to get anything done. We'll go back to a double file restart. The 2G of Cody McDowell has now moved his way into the 3rd spot. And looks like Lonnie Robbins Jr. may be starting back in the 4th spot now. The field a little jumbled up from the last time by on live timing and scoring. Want to make sure that we get the correct lineup before we come back to green here.
Don't forget, we were touching on some of the events coming up for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. Like we said, of course, tomorrow night's 10,000 to win event will wrap up this weekend. Then we'll be at King of America, the Humboldt Speedway, to wrap up the month of March 24th through the 26th. 3 complete shows for the USMTS Modifieds. Only race weekend in April will be the first weekend, April 1st and 2nd at the Hamilton County Speedway in Webster City, Iowa. 5,000 to win and 10,000 to win show there. You can check out the full USMTS schedule at usmts.com or on the My Race Pass app. A little bit of what's coming up here for the stars and cars, the USMTS, as we get them back going, though, here for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. That was quite a start there for the 27 of Michael McCauley. Shot up to the outside. He'll be challenging for the lead here through turns 1 and 2.
We hadn't heard from McCauley so far in this one, but he looks like he's got the top side figured out. He's trying to work to the outside of King, thinks better of it. King continues to lead that time.
So Chad King going to try to fend off Michael McCullough for the rest of this one. Trent Gibby up in that 3rd place spot. McDowell under attack for the 4th position, as well as Robbins tries to get back in the mix. Now he'll spin through turns 3 and 4. And we are going to go back under the yellow.
So Lonnie Robbins Jr. was inside the top 6 when that spun take place. So he'll have to work his way back into a transfer position. That's going to help out the 58, though, of Chris Crouston, as he looks to be back inside the top 6. or just outside in 7th there. So he's going to have an opportunity to race his way back into this one. Again, 8 laps down, 2 laps to go. 8 cars running on racetrack, 6 going to transfer, 9 now.
Looks like Lonnie Robbins Jr., I believe he pointed towards the pits when Mike Schrader was telling him to hurry up there. Green flag is going to come out in this one. Saw the caution blink on there for a second. Wasn't sure if we were going back green. Here we go. Back underway, Chad King. And now Michael McCullough looking to take the lead down the back straightaway.
McCullough sized it up perfectly. He knew King was going to drift up to the outside part of the racetrack. He turned it underneath him. He's challenging for the lead at the line. King continues to lead, but McCullough still right there through turns 1 and 2.
Trent Gibby going to make it a 3-car race as well. He's up to the outside of McCullough as Chad King creates a little separation between himself and those two. White flag comes in the air. 1 more lap to go here in your limited mod B main.
Chad King continues to lead Gibby and McCullough through turns 1 and 2. Behind them, the 2G battles to the inside, trying to take over the 4 spot. Can't quite get there. Checkered flag going to wave for the 22K of King off of turn number 4. Trent Gibby going to finish 2nd. McCullough 3rd. The G2G of Cody McDowell going to finish in 4th. And rounding out your top 5, looks like it's going to be the 21R of Matt Rust and the 58R of Crouston. Those are going to be your 6 transfers into tonight's A main.
The 13, I believe, of Lonnie Robbins Jr. actually able to grab the final transfer position there over Crouston. So
well, there's that wall thing we were talking about again.
Got some transponder attrition as well as car attrition there in the limited mod B main as well. If you were following along the My Race Pass app, there were
makes something going on there. Sometimes
it does. We're not completely accustomed to the limited modified class, and we haven't gotten used to some of the nice wrap designs that don't make numbers look like numbers sometimes to us. So we got through it, though. Here we go. Real Racing Wheels, B-Main at number 1. 15 laps, top 4 advance. Your lineup for B-Main number 1. We'll see Jason Ingalls on the front row at Longview, Texas at 12J. Alongside Rodney Sanders, car 20. He will start to the outside of row number 1.
On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be Chris Dawson in the 7X, and to his outside, the 2G is Kenny Gaddis.
Row 3 on the inside, Jacob Leese at Chatfield, Minnesota, the 21, alongside Cale Westover at Blair, Oklahoma, in the 15W.
Starting 7th from Wichita, Kansas, the 2GB. That's Brandon Givens, and to his outside from Lakeshore, Minnesota, the 60 is Dan Ebert.
Row 5, it's Corey Crapser to Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, the 07. He starts alongside the 18A. That's Landon Atkinson out of Little Falls, Minnesota.
Row number 6 on the inside from Neosho, Missouri, the USA 1 of Chris Hawkins, and to his outside from Mayetta, Kansas, rolling in that brand new Mullins chassis. The number 87 is Darren Fuquay.
Little Freaky going to start 13th in this one, the 88 XXX out of Rockwall, Texas, alongside Dylan McCowan, the 8 out of Urbana, Missouri.
Inside row number 8 from Grandview, Texas, the 410 is Justin McCoy. To his outside from North Little Rock, Arkansas, the 11B, that's Donnie Barnhart. On the inside of row number 9, rolling off 17th from Sheridan, Wyoming, the 369 is Bart Taylor. To his outside and 18th from Springtown, Texas, the number 24B is Chris Bragg. On the inside of row number 10 from Lowell, Arkansas, the 11N is Gene Nichols. To his outside from Grand Saline, Texas, the number 64 is Casey Fowler.
Final 2 starters in this one will find Jake Gallardo, the J17 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, alongside Kerry Collins, the 3C out of Tuttle, Oklahoma. That's how they will line up here in Real Racing Wheels B-Main number 1. Yeah, you remember Kenny Gaddis, he rolled off the back of the field in the top 5. We said it was going to improve his position in the B-Main. He's going to be starting 4th. That's how many we're taking as well. We'll see if he can move forward some more in this one, though, as we turn him loose in Real Racing Wheels B-Main number 1.
Rodney Sanders immediately pounds the top side of the speedway in 1 and 2. He'll streak away to a 3-car length lead at the entry point at turn number 3. Now here comes the 2 that we talked about at Gaddis. He wasn't satisfied with just sitting around in the top 4. He'll take the runner-up spot at the end of turn number 1.
Yeah, Kenny Gaddis getting racy right now with Jason Ingalls. Those two going to race side by side. Here comes Cale Westover as well. Races to the outside at Jacob Leese. Look out, Jason Ingalls. He'll take a bite out of the cushion. He'll lose wholesale track position there as Westover goes goes racing by. Jacob Lee shoots down to the inside of the 2G of Gaddis, and here comes Westover to the outside.
Westover working to the outside of Jacob Bleese as Ingles now the first man on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, Rodney Sanders has already ran away from the front of the field.
It was only one mistake when Jason Ingles jumped the cushion there in turns 3 and 4 that made him pay the price. Now Chris Dawson works around the 12J into that 5th place spot. Meanwhile, still a shootout right now, 2nd through 4th. Kenny Gaddis has the runner-up position as Bleese and Westover continue to run 3rd and 4th.
Gaddis some damage on the right side of that race car. He's had a close battle with both the 15 and the 21, but continues to hold down the runner-up spot. Jacob Bleese runs 3rd, Kel Westover 4th. Then it's Chris Dawson, your first car on the outside in. Ingles continues to have problems in the top side of 3 and 4.
Yeah, Jason Ingles has certainly seen better nights in that IRP race car is number 12. He's back on the throttle, though, through turns 1 and 2, but he is, at least at the moment, looking like he's out of this one. Out in front, though, Rodney Sanders is checked out. Gone, see it, try again. Halfway back to happy right now is the 20. 2nd runs Kenny Gaddis. 3rd is Bleese. Bleese is going to go after the 2G, though, side by side now working off at turn 4.
Gaddis just about tripped up on the cushion in turns 3 and 4. Now Westover going to look to the inside of Bleese once again. Bleese holds him off down the back straightaway. Westover pulls back in line. Chris Dawson still on the outside looking in.
Yeah, Dawson's chomping at the bit. He saw Westover dive down to the inside, and he got a good drive on that 15W, but was not able to pose a threat just yet for a final transfer spot. Dan Ebert now is going to roll up on that 7X. So Ebert going to throw the slider into 5th. He won't quite clear by him, and Dawson will regain that position off at turn number 4. Pretty good race in there as the battle 2nd through 4th continues to wage on between Gaddis, Bleese, and Westover.
Bleese continues to look to the inside of the 2G as Rodney Sanders nowhere to be found at the front of this one. Like you said, he's absolutely checked out. Gaddis having to fight for his life, though, holding off the 21 of Bleese. Bleese slips up on the cushion off the top side of turn number 2. Westover's coming after him.
We'll see what the lead is this time around. Nearly 5 seconds last time around for Rodney Sanders. Measures out to just over 4 seconds that time by for the 20. Gaddis still in the 2nd place spot. 3rd is Bleese. 4th is Westover. Dawson back in contention now for a final transfer spot. He's within reach. Dan Ebert's right there with him as well as the laps quickly click away here in Real Racing Wheels B-Main number 1.
So right now, problems for Dawson. A big pop of the engine in turns 1 and 2. He'll take it off the top of 2. Stop right there. That's going to bring us to a caution. Right as we were getting ready to talk about the final transfer spot and that battle getting ready to heat up in traffic. Dawson, as the car entered turns 1 and 2, you heard a big pop, and that spells bad news for the driver of the 7X.
So Pat Graham, these B-mains continue to raise the blood pressure and raise the heart rate. Let's talk about that racing 2nd through 4th in that one. Kenny Gaddis has had his hands full, but he's held on to that 2nd place spot just ahead of Jacob Bleese and Kel Westover.
Yeah, he has it. Like you say, it looks like looks like they're on him and going to make a pass, and then Kenny gets up on the wheel a little more and creates himself a little bit of space. But I don't think that battle is over, and now, especially with double file and take him out of lap traffic, this could be interesting with the with the yellow coming out and bunching everybody back up. So get ready for a tough start here in turn 1.
So here we go, a green-white checker to finish this one coming up. There was 13 laps completed when that caution came out. We're looking for the first 4 to move on here. Real Racing Wheels B-Main number 1. Rodney Sanders had nearly a 5-second lead at the caution flag. He'll bring us back up to speed this time in turn 4. Gaddis selects the outside, Bleese along the inside as we fire them back up here with just 2 to go.
Good start for the 60 of Dan Ebert. For the moment, he's inside the top 4, but Westover going to come back at him. Westover had to grab the brakes to avoid the backside of the 2G of Gaddis. Ebert going after 3rd.
Jacob Bleese had a great restart as well to take over that 2nd place spot from Gaddis. White flag in the air. All bets are off for the final transfer spot. Slider there to Kel Westover. Ebert will get back by the 15W. He'll try to take down Gaddis as well. 3 wide there. Sanders will win it. 2nd will go to Bleese. 3rd will go to Gaddis. And 4th goes to Kel Westover as he and Dan Ebert were exchanging some elbows there coming to the checkered flag. Like we said, all bets were going to be off on that final lap. And Kel Westover is able to take the 4th and final transfer spot. He and Ebert really going at it there down to the checkers. Third goes to Gaddis. Second goes to Blease. And your heat race winner is at a Happy Texas, the Wichita Tank Racing, Army Contractors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Paulson Rock Products, S&S Fishing and Rental, and Kenny's Tile, number 20. Rodney Sanders, your winner in Real Racing Wheels, B-Main, number 1.
One a heck of a last two corners there between Westover and Ebert. Ebert actually had the position going into turns 3 and 4. He tried to come down the racetrack to protect the spot from Kel Westover, but as he slid up the racetrack, had to check the brakes for Gaddis. That allowed Westover to drive right on by and into tonight's A-feature event.
So Real Racing Wheels, B-Main, number 2, going to roll out of staging next. Diana, Texas racer Tyler Townsend will set the pace in this one, the 12T. With a past winner here in Petty, Texas to his outside, Odessa, Texas racer Philip Houston, the 71, starts to the outside of row number 1.
Coming to you from Terrell, Texas, on the inside of row number 2, the number 47, that's Jack Sarton into his outside. From Shawnee, Kansas, the 22B is Rick Beebe.
Row 3 on the inside, Chris Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas. The 16 lines up alongside the 82. That's Max Eddie Thomas out of Quinlan, Texas.
Row number 4 on the inside from Caddo Mills, Texas. The 2R is Michael Risky to his outside. From Pacific, California, the 44F is Shane DeVolder.
A.J. Hoff will start 5th row on the inside. The 55H racing out of Manorville, Minnesota. And his outside, Ryan Wetstein out of West Concord, Minnesota in car 90.
On the inside of row number 6 from Fayetteville, Arkansas, the 4W is Tyler Wolf. To his outside from Rochester, Minnesota, it's the number 19 of Dustin Sorensen.
Back to row number 7, Tyler Cater out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, alongside David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas in the D25.
Rolling off 15th from Jackson, Wyoming, the 8C is Chris Clark. To his outside from Lacoste, Texas, number 5RX is Robbie Minton.
Kevin Rutherford will start 9th row on the inside, car 9, alongside Tanner Barnhart in the 511. Back to row 10, Matt Jaretowski in the 1J and Caden Carter in the 33Z. Tyson Dixon, the 101. Your final starters, we turn them loose, 15 laps, top 4 advance, Real Racing Wheels, B-Main, number 2, underway here at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Townsend with a great start, rolls the bottom of 1 and 2, but here comes the 71 of Philip Houston. He won the last USMTS event at this racetrack in 2015. He leads lap number 1 and B feature number 2.
You could call it East Texas Speedway, you could call it 82 Speedway or Rocket Raceway Park. One way or another, Philip Houston's going to like it. He's out in front of your field here in the early goings of Real Racing Wheels, B-Main at number 2. Tyler Townsend in 2nd, Rick Beebe in 3rd, and Chris Hennigan. That's the early top 4.
Man, I know we're talking about a B feature, but impressive run so far for the 22B of Beebe. That's a guy we talked about earlier tonight. Hasn't been in an A-Mod in quite a while. He's coming after Townsend for the 2nd spot, and he'll get it done.
Yeah, he'll slide right on by the 12T, but he's got Hennigan down to his inside. He may throw the slider, can't quite do it.
Eddie Thomas behind him. Sorry, Bryce. I saw that one coming, and it was not good right there in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Max Eddy got that thing crossed up coming down the banking and collected the 4W of Tyler Wolf. Looks like Dustin Sorensen may got a piece of that as well. As you can see, heavy right side damage on the MB Customs number 19 of Sorensen. So, Pat, we saw the 82 get a little bit out of shape there. I know Sorensen may have got collected. We saw some right side damage on him. Just take us through what happened there if you saw it through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I saw just the tail end of it. I think what you said, too, was going on. And, you know, just to kind of the accordion effect, one car got a little sideways, and the other guys with it, you know, as fast as that turn 1 and 2 is up on the cushion, everybody's on the throttle. So when something happens, you know, they can't get on the brakes fast enough to get it woed. So, you know, I don't know, quite a bit of damage on a few of those cars, and Tyler Wolf's didn't look too good on the front end as well. So we'll just have to get them regrouped and see who can continue on after that, and who has more damage than we thought.
Pat, looking up to the front at our leader as well. What is it about a race car driver when they really like a racetrack? Philip Houston won here back in 2015, and when this place reopened, he told Todd Staley, so that's going to be the best racetrack in the state of Texas. You can tell he's a little bit biased, can't you, that 71?
Yeah, that does definitely play into the factor. That's always your favorite tracks where you win at, and you know, I saw some back and forth on Facebook and, you know, showing the replay of the video and that. So, but now he's come to a stop up here in 1 and 2. So hopefully, okay, he's fired back up and going. But yeah, you know, winning always cures a lot of things. But once they get 1 and 2 here to slick off a little bit, I think the racing's going to get even better. But it's been getting up to 2-3 wide coming off of 2. So I can see why he likes the speedway.
Looked like maybe the 71 of Houston letting track officials know a little bit of debris up there at the top side of turns 1 and 2. As you see officials over there to the attention of the racetrack. Rick Beebe, I don't think expected the 71 to stop, so he stopped behind them. We'll get all those cars lined back up in their proper positions. You know, Bryce, trouble early for the 47 of Jack Sarton. Right now, he's that first car on the outside looking into this one, trying to find his way into tonight's A feature event.
Yeah, you know, it just hadn't seemed to get anything going right now in that 47 car. We'll see what he can do out of the restart of this one. Somebody you mentioned, like you said, only a B main, but still a big tip of the cap right now to Rick Beebe. He's looking good in that 22B car as well.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if he can continue that momentum. Also, Chris Hennigan has challenged for the front of the field as well. He was trying to come after Beebe after Beebe had gotten by the 12 Tia Townsend. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the number 16 of Hennigan as well as we go back to green. If he can time the restart, he may have a shot to drive hard to the inside of Philip Houston, depending upon where that 71 goes. So again, yellow light's going to go out. Field's going to reassemble down the back straightaway again. Philip Houston, your leader. Rick Beebe second, Chris Hennigan third, Tyler Townsend your top 4, Jack Sarton the first guy on the outside looking in. Green flag's back in the air. Real Racing Wheels B feature number 2 is back underway.
So back underway in Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. Jack Sarton trying to race his way back in now by the 12T of Townsend. Shane DeVolder trying to get in the mix as well, the 44S machine. We threaded the needle from the from the top to the bottom. Now he'll slide back through the middle ahead of Townsend. That's just outside of a transfer spot right now behind the 47 of Jack Sarton. Meanwhile, out in front, Chris Hennigan trying to get racy with the 71 of Philip Houston.
Hennigan coming after the lead. DeVolder all over the backside of Sarton as Townsend raced back to the inside of Sarton for the transfer spot. Sarton now trying to race back to the outside of the 12T down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. DeVolder's still there, and here comes Chris Sorensen in car 19.
Yeah, Sorensen working down to the inside for a moment there on DeVolder. Meanwhile, out in front, here goes Hennigan. Back down to the inside of the 71 of Philip Houston for the top spot. Houston able to shake him off. Strong run still going for Rick Beebe along the top side of the racetrack there in third, as Townsend and Sarton continue to race for the final transfer spot. DeVolder in that mix as well. 3 cars race for the final transfer.
And you can tell Jack Sarton's resolve behind the wheel of that 47. He does not want to miss tonight's A feature event. Every time somebody gets by him for that final transfer spot, he finds a little bit of extra to drive back on by, and he's done it to the outside of the 12T of Townsend. Meanwhile, problems for Shane DeVolder at the top side of turn 4, going to bring us back to a yellow once again.
So back under the caution flag, this time for Shane DeVolder. The Vanderbilt Race Cars 44S machine coming to a halt at the top side of turn number 4. A little bit of a rough night for the Vanderbilt Race Car stables, of course. Caden Carter finished second in his heat race, but was disqualified for a suspension infraction. Right now he's pretty deep in the field. Running in the 9th place spot, so just inside the top 10 in that 33Z, as his teammate is stopped at the top side of turn number 4.
Not sure what happened to the 33Z, but nose damage on that race car as well. He may have gotten a little bit of that wreck over in turns 1 and 2 that involved Tyler Wolf as well as Max Eddie Thomas. Left side of that the nose of that race car dragging the ground just a bit. So hopefully that's not causing him any issues as he continues to circle the Rocket Raceway Park. You know, right before the yellow flag flew, we were watching the 47 of Jack Sarton. And again, I know that a lot of local race fans, Jack Sarton fans in the crowd tonight, it looks to me like his resolve to make tonight's A feature just absolutely throwing the car into the corner over here in turns 1. Anytime somebody drives by him and tries to take the transfer spot, he gets up on the horse and takes it right back.
Jack Sarton has no quit. I was at an American Racer Modified Series race last season. It was over Labor Day weekend. Can't remember which night it was at RPM Speedway. First lap of the race, they kind of have a little multi-car pile up down in turns 3 and 4. Sarton drives up on the wall in turns 3 and 4, turns the car over. They flip the car over, drives into the work area, Just as the caution lights go out, he comes screaming down the staging lane, and the crowd was on their feet there in Crandall, Texas. So he was looking to make a show. Passed several cars too that night. Would have been the hard charger in that deal had he not have taken a provisional into the A main. So it was quite a storyline there for Jack Sarton. But again, just goes to show he's not going to give up at any time in that 47.
Well, and you know this crowd here in Petty, Texas wants to see the 47 get into tonight's A feature. How about it, race fans? Who thinks Jack Sarton can make tonight's field? Couple of cheers out there for the 47, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. Again, we've mentioned it a couple of times. Rick Beebe looking very impressive in that 22B as well. For a guy who hasn't been in an A-Mod in quite a while, coming out of the fence swinging here in Rear Wheels B feature number 2.
Yeah, he's in a GRT by Phillips. You can see the Terry Phillips Racing there on the cell panel of that Swift Springs number 22B, and he has indeed looked very good here tonight. The veteran racer out of Shawnee, Kansas. Chris Hennigan just down to his inside, a great runner in this area as well. Over in the Arklatex area, they call him Winnigan, Chris Hennigan, and he certainly put his car in a victory lane several times in just about anything, factory stock, limited mod, modified as well. So Hennigan always one to watch as well. Couple of USMTS wins in his career as well. In that 16, he fires up down to the inside of Beebe, as they will all be at the mercy of the 71 of Philip Houston, though, on this restart. He will have control with 8 laps in and 7 to go, looking to take the top 4 in tonight's Summit Racing Equipment A main.
You know, it'll be fun to watch Houston later tonight in tonight's A feature event. As long as he can hold on to the B feature win here, he'll start roughly around mid-pack, and a guy very familiar with this racetrack. If the track widens out and there's some passing to be had, the Philip Houston car going to be one to watch.
So here we go. Caution lights are down. 8 in, 7 to go. Just halfway through Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. We're back under the green flag here at Rocket Raceway Park.
Hennigan takes a stab to the inside of Houston. Now Rick Beebe, where is this coming from out of the 22B? He's going to make a bid for the lead off at turn number 4. Give it to Beebe in the 22B.
What a drive for Rick Beebe along the cushion of the racetrack. That GRT by Phillips 22B. Oh, Sarton, Hennigan get together. That collects Wetstein. Chris Clark slides in as well, and we are back under the caution flag. So, Pat, not sure if you had the best angle there. I see a couple wreckers that may have been in your viewpoint, but could you tell what started that pile up down in turn 2?
It's similar to the couple of the last deals. You know, just one car got a little bit sideways, and there was just nowhere to go, and the cars behind him try to lift, but you know, people are piling through and they're on the gas like that, and thinking they're going to get an opening, kind of like the old days of Thunder. You know, you either go through the smoke or you let off, and I think there were some guys trying to go through, and once a couple cars got turned, you know, it just gets blocked and there's nowhere to go. So I hate to call it a racing deal, but that's what it appeared like.
Can you assess any of the damage thus far down in turn 2? I know there's a lot going on.
They're just, we've got, you know, they're trying to get the 8C lifted up off. He's just sitting on top of the front bumper, and Wetstein got up on top of the car there, but I think he's going to be able to pull away. They're trying to get him moved away here. So it looks like if we might have a right front flat on. Yeah, we do. There's the right front flat and a little bit of bumper damage too. We're going to see if Wetstein's able to drive away. He's able to drive away. Hennigan's got quite a bit more body damage, and he's got a right front flat, so he's going to have to go into the pit area. And it looks like the 8C of Clark, he might be able to continue on. So just a lot of hard racing down here in turn 2, and I think all the drivers are all right. Their helmets off and that on Hennigan, but we'll send it back up to you.
One more thing here, Pat, not talking about what's going on in turn 2, but how about this run out of Rick Beebe as well? We've seen him make several laps around the Lakeside Speedway. It's pretty sporty here in B main number 2.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see him back, and you know, obviously he's raced at a lot of different levels, and it's cool to see him back out here with the USMTS. He's always got a smile on his face, and you know, before the races, and he's great on social media posts and stuff and that. So it's cool to see him running up front, and I'm sure there's some fans back in the Kansas City Lakeside area that are happy to see him running again and out on with the USMTS guys.
Thank you very much, Pat. Good stuff there from the infield from Pat Graham as well. He's on the spot down there, so appreciate him putting in the work here again this evening at the Rocket Raceway Park. I didn't find out till today that Pat was coming, or it may have been last night. I can't remember, but it was pretty soon here that I found out Pat was coming, so happy to have him join the crew. His wife, Jen Graham, as well here with us this weekend, so always like to have them as a part of the broadcast.
Absolutely. Pat does a fantastic job, and talking again about the 22B of Rick Beebe, my friends back home, they're not taking any mercy on me, continuing to remind me of what happened at Lakeside a couple of years ago. Of course, getting in a little bit of a tangler with Rick Beebe, and that's how I found out who he was, and they are lighting me up right now, letting me know about it. So glad to have all of them watching back home. But again, Rick Beebe at the front of this field, looking impressive for his first time back in an A-Mod in quite some time.
That just means you were competitive in racing. If you were close to him on a racetrack, right?
I was close to him, and I was probably out of control, if I'm being honest. So thought I could keep it off of him and just couldn't do it. So.
Well, here we go. Top four going to advance. We got 6 laps remaining here in Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. Rick Beebe, Philip Houston, Dustin Sorensen, and Tyler Wolf right now, I believe, the top 4 transfers. Jack Sarton just on the outside looking in. Tyler Townsend will try to race his way back in. Caden Carter trying to make the most of it here tonight after that disqualification a little bit earlier on.
Well, and Carter with 6 laps left to work. He's only 2 spots outside of a transfer. Now he's raced right on by Tyler Wolf and the 47 of Sarton both. Caden Carter trying to drive it into tonight's A feature. Wolf with a problem. He drives up the racetrack, so as fast as Carter was in it, he's now out of it again.
Boy, that just killed Carter's momentum in the 33Z. You can see the bumper dangling now on the front of the 33Z machine. Chris Clark, meanwhile, slow down the front straightaway, and we're going to have a caution now for the Jackson, Wyoming racer. Boy, that was unfortunate situation there for the 33Z of Caden Carter as he got jammed up behind Tyler Wolf. So we will work to get the field realigned with 10 laps in, 5 to go. We lose Chris Clark's 8C. Now we will lose Caden Carter as well in the 33Z. Boy, just a tough night for Caden Carter. Pat, we were talking, just a tough night for Caden Carter. He looked really good in his heat race, finished second, was disqualified for a left rear suspension infraction. Looked to make his way to a transfer spot, and unfortunately just collected here in this B main.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought I was just about to say something, or I thought in my mind he was just about getting, move into that 4th place, and then just the wrong place, wrong time, a couple cars sideways, and it just caught him, and looks like he's done for the evening. But yeah, he looked really quick coming up through there. Dustin Sorensen has as well. Racing luck wasn't on his side tonight, but I'm sure they'll be back, and with as strong as he was tonight, he's looking forward to tomorrow night already.
Yeah, Pat Graham just mentioned it right there. Dustin Sorensen in that melee the last couple of laps has snuck into the runner-up position. So Sorensen now looking after the lead here when the field comes back to green. Philip Houston in 3rd. Townsend, your final car in. And once again, we talked about it earlier, Jack Sarton on the outside looking in. You'll have to see if he can get on the horse and find something here in these last few laps of B feature number 2.
So officials checking out the racetrack here, I believe, scanning for some debris down in turns 1 and 2. See a little bit of activity over there from our officials before we go back green in this one. Rick Beebe, Dustin Sorensen, Philip Houston, Tyler Townsend, your top 4 transfers against Sarton just on the outside looking in. Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender A.J. Hoff now within reach of a transfer spot. He's held on out there in the 6th position. So, Pat, as the officials continue to scan the track here for some debris, just proof that you got to stay in these races. A.J. Hoff had run mid-pack several laps in this one, that 55H car. Now with the cautions just 2 spots out in contention for a transfer position.
Yeah, it does. And, you just got to keep making laps and try to keep the nose clean. And, that's the part with these cars, the noses and the front bumpers. You get those folded under and you're done. So you try to keep that out of harm's way. And sometimes Same thing we talked about Caden Carter. Racing luck can go your way, so you just got to keep battling.
So here we go, 10 in, 5 to go. Who's going to be the top 4 to advance in this one? Rick Beebe back on the throttle. We're back underway with 5 laps remaining in B main number 2.
Dustin Sorensen from the bottom to the top will take over the lead. Beebe now in second. Philip Houston, your final transfer as Townsend races to his inside, starting having problems on the opening lap after the restart. He now runs in the 7th spot with just 4 laps to go.
Action heating up, 2nd through 4th. Rick Beebe trying to keep that car underneath him. Tyler Townsend back into the 3rd place spot. He was looking good in the early portion of this one, kind of faded the 12T. Now back into 3rd as Philip Houston runs in the final transfer spot with just a couple laps to go.
Philip Houston, the man right now on that final transfer. A.J. Hoff working the bottom side of the speedway, trying to see if he can be the last car into tonight's show. Townsend working in front of him underneath the 71 of Houston as we've got 2 laps to go.
So A.J. Hoff on the outside looking in, that Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender, about a half a straightaway back from a transfer position. We'll keep an eye on that as the white flag waves out in front. 1 more lap to go now for Dustin Sorensen. Rick Beebe in the 2nd place spot. Philip Houston, Tyler Townsend race for 3rd. Look out, Philip has to gather that car back in as off of turn number 4, Dustin Sorensen takes the checkers in B main at number 2. Rick Beebe crosses in 2nd, Tyler Townsend in 3rd, and Philip Houston takes the 4th and final transfer spot in Real Racing Wheels B main at number 2. So there you have it. A.J. Hoff, unfortunately, 1 spot out in the 55H. Your top 4 transfers, though. Philip Houston crosses in 4th. 3rd goes to Tyler Townsend. 2nd to Rick Beebe. And your B main winner, he's out of Rochester, Minnesota. That MB Customs Action Engineering powered heavy hitch, Rochester Chevrolet and Cadillac. Stussy Construction, Paulson Rock Products, 63 Club Ford Metro Glass Incorporated, Carroll's Corn, CJ Auto Sales, and GunShepherd.com. Number 19, Dustin Sorensen, your winner in B main at number 2. Real Racing Wheels, B main number 3, set to roll out next. Springfield, Missouri's Terry Phillips will lead us to the green. Car 75, he'll start to the inside with Wayne Melton on the outside, the 18M out of Caddo Mills, Texas.
Inside on row number 2 from Wichita, Kansas, it's the Rocket Man, Chris Kratzer, with Lance Maury from El Centro, California to his outside.
3rd row on the inside, the 85, that's Jason Good out of Watertown, South Dakota. He lines up alongside Chase Holland, the 07 out of Saussure, Mississippi.
On the inside of row number 4 from Chatfield, Minnesota, in car 69, it's Cool Hand. Lucas Schott to his outside from Midlothian, Texas. In car 130, it's Chase Allen.
Row number 5 sees Ronnie Yanasek on the inside, the 77 out of Amarillo, Texas. His outside of Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender from Santa Maria, California, the 38T, that is Dylan Thornton.
Rolling off 11th is the 005 of Chris Spalding into his outside from Winona, Minnesota, the 49 JR, it's Jake Tim.
Your 13th starter is Justin Thornton out of Chandler, Arizona, the 53 JT, alongside Jeff Needham racing out of Ennis, Texas in the 99.
Rolling off 15th from Diana, Texas in car 7, it's Sean Gaddis to his outside from La Costa, Texas. The 5R is Ryan Doyen.
Row number 9 to the inside, the 99B, that is Jared Baird out of Norman, Oklahoma, with Mike Dillard to the outside. Dillard out of McKinney, Texas in the 66X.
Rolling off 19th from Lincoln, Arkansas, the 75J, it's Jeremy Laco. To his outside from El Paso, Texas, cover 65X is Carlos Amata Jr.
Final starter in this one comes to you from nearby Brookston, Texas, the 44X. That is Brian Gunwall. That's how they will line up in Real Racing Wheels. B main number 3, 15 laps, top 4. Go to the show. Last chance to dance here tonight for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt.
A few interesting storylines right now, right around that transfer spot. Of course, Chris Kratzer, we talked about him. He had the pleasure of trying to have to outrace Jason Hughes, and Derek Ramirez in his heat race finds himself here in B feature number 3. He's going to be one to watch, along with Lance Maury in the 19 SB, Jason Good and Chase Holland. On the outside looking in, Phil tightens up, getting ready to come to green.
So here we go. Who will be the final 4 to move on? Out comes the green flag on Real Racing Wheels, B main number 3.
3 wide into turns 1 and 2. Lance Maury pinched off the nose of the 55 at Kratzer. He'll race into the 3rd spot. Kratzer holds down 4th, but he's got Jason Good trying to race to his inside in turns 3 and 4.
So good battle for the fourth and final transfer spot here on the opening circuit of this one. We'll see who else is able to move forward throughout this 15-lapper. Meanwhile, out in front, Terry Phillips is going to hit his marks. The 75-year leader, Wayne Melton, in second. Lance Maury files into third as Kratzer and Good continue to race for the final transfer spot.
Yeah, it looked like it took him a couple of laps to find the racing line that he wanted and build his momentum, but Kratzer now trying to come after Jason Good. Meanwhile, problems for the 7 of Gaddis, the right rear damaged heavily on that 7 car, trying to make his way off of the racing surface.
That right rear had the old Walmart shopping cart wobble going on as Gaddis drove his way off the racetrack. Not sure if he got together with Carlos Amata Jr. I know Amata had some right side damage in that 65X, and he was majorly out of shape down the front straightaway. Nonetheless, Gaddis has to pull pit side, is out in front. It's still Terry Phillips, your leader, the 75. Rolling strong. Lance Maury in second. Third is Wayne Melton. Fourth and final transfer spot now Jason Good as Chris Kratzer drops into fifth.
Yeah, Good rolled by Kratzer on the inside of the speedway, and they swapped lines. Now Kratzer problems off of turn number 2. Holland had to check the brakes. That now groups 5 cars all together off of turn 4. Kratzer searching for speed along the top side of the speedway.
Lucas Schott rolling with that new Mullins race chassis down to the inside, trying to work the traffic. Chase Allen decides to go upstairs. He'll thread down to the inside of the 55 of Chris Kratzer. He'll look to pick up that 5th place spot. So Chase Allen now into the 5th place spot. Wayne Melton's going to be sitting on the bubble as Jason Good has cleared by the 18M. So Chase Allen has to put the 18M in the crosshairs now as we approach the midway point of B main number 3.
And Chase Allen definitely closing on the 18 of Wayne Melton this time by. Melton has had some problems on the cushion the last couple laps. He'll get tight, push up the racetrack, and that allows Allen to close. Those two going to rotate back into turns 3 and 4. Meanwhile, Terry Phillips trying to check out here in this one.
Got a car around to the bottom side of turn number 2 that's going to bring us under the caution flag. I believe that is Ronnie Janasek in the 77, and indeed it is. So trouble for Janasek in the 77. That brings us under the caution with 9 laps completed and 6 to go. Terry Phillips has pretty well run away with this one in the opening 9 circuits. TP on top. Second is Lance Maury. Third is Jason Good. Wayne Melton on the 5th and final transfer spot. Those cars 6th on back, though. Any of those drivers can make a run for the final transfer spot. Chase Allen really had it rolling along the top side of the racetrack. Kratzer looked as if for a while he was just trying to hang on. Lucas Schott, he had dropped a couple more spots. He was closer to that top 5, and now he's lost a little bit of track position in that 69.
Well, Kratzer and Schott both have had problems at the exit of turn number 2. Kratzer a couple of times has tried to come off the bottom of the racetrack and just buzz the tires through the center. You see a little bit of shine on the racetrack at the exit of turn number 2. We thought the track might start to slick off. I think we've gotten to that point, and that's making it a little bit tougher for these guys to find traction and continue driving forward.
You know, turn 2 was the part on the track that they were mentioning last night at practice, that it really slicked up there on exit turn number 2. So you see that beginning to come into play here in B main number 3. Final B main brought to you by Real Racing Wheels. Terry Phillips out on top of this one. Phillips, a 3-time winner with the season back in 2021. He has 36 overall series wins in his career. Won here at the state of Texas to kick off the 2021 racing season last year. So TP trying to continue in that fashion here in 2022.
You know, Chase Allen was starting to reel in that 18M of Wayne Melton before the caution flag flew there. Melton again was having trouble on the cushion, keeping the car pointed in the right direction. The nose would shove just a little bit on that 18M, and then every time that happened, Allen got closer and closer. Well, now with Allen starting to his inside, Melton's going to have to hit a perfect set of corners if he wants to hold on to the final transfer spot.
That one's going to be fun to watch there. 9 in, 6 to go, top 4 advance. TP back on the throttle, and we are underway.
Not a very good start for the 18M of Melton. Problems for the 77 of Janasek. Sitting to the inside of turn 4, he'll roll further into the infield. So for now, it looks like we'll stay green. Phillips continues to lead. Allen, the final transfer. Problems for Lucas Schott in 69. He's around in 3 and 4. Problems all around the speedway. Green flag stays out so far, and now the yellow flag flies.
So, Pat, that caution there for the 69 of Lucas Schuck. Of course, we all know he's recently made a chassis switch to Mullins race cars. He had recently in the race kind of made a run up toward a transfer spot, then started slipping backward, and, of course, he's still trying to get that new Mullins car dialed in.
Yeah, it's sometimes it takes a little bit to get used to when you made a chassis change like that. He's very talented, and their team is, and I'm sure they'll get it figured out. But in my times in a new car, when it's got a little bit of character here in 1 and 2, that makes it even tougher sometimes to get something figured out. But even that deal wasn't his fault. I think the Thornton car got a little bit sideways, and he had nowhere to go. So yeah, they'll regroup, and I bet they're a lot stuffer and ready to go tomorrow night.
Well, thank you very much, Pat. 10 in, 5 to go now as we work to get the field realigned. Looks like the caution lights have gone down. Terry Phillips with control of the restart. Lance Maury still holding strong in the runner-up position. Jason Good just down to the inside. Chase Allen, your top 4 transfers. Chris Spaulding now on the outside looking in.
As the field comes back to green, Spaulding one to keep an eye on. He's a rookie this year. We had a chance to talk to him. He didn't know how he was going to do this weekend. I'd say so far, probably about as good as you can ask right now.
You know, I thought that earlier in my head. He missed the 4th qualifying position in his heat race, I believe it was. He ended up starting in 5th, and that's kind of what I thought. You know, it said he'd run some laps in a B-mod. Been a while since he was in a modified. After his performance, I can tell he was kind of underconfident coming to this deal because he looks pretty good in the 00. Now he's got to run on Chase Allen coming out of turn 2.
Well, Allen and Lance Maury just about got together at the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. Allen had to check up off of 2. That allowed Spaulding to get a big run. The 18M of Melton goes around at the bottom of turn number 4. It's going to bring us back to a caution yet again here at B feature number 3.
So as we've got a caution there for the 18M of Wayne Melton, a couple of text message shout outs.
There you go.
One of them said, I don't have Twitter. That was, of course, Dad. Mom and Dad watching at home. Mark and Janet Hall back in Salina, but he did say tweet at the end of the end of the text there.
I got to do the same thing for my mom as well. She tweeted through the text message.
Annette
Rinkins
tuned in tonight. I got to give her a special shout out on Tyler Rinkins' phone. So Mama Rink is tuned in tonight on Racing Dirt TV as well. So happy to have Annette tuned in. John Potter also sent me a text. He said they were busy at work today. He's coming tomorrow, and he says looks pretty sporty. So I think he's going to have a lot of fun here at the Rocket Raceway Park tomorrow. So happy to have John Potter tuned in as well as all those fine folks. We got some more here on Twitter.
Another driver we're going to see plenty of the next full couple of weeks at the Humboldt Speedway once we make our way up there. Tad Davis, the Mount Hope Missile, tuning in tonight. So want to say welcome to him and the Davis family tuning in up there from Mount Hope, Kansas. A couple other people tuning in. Chris Clonch tuned in.
Of course, his brother Robert getting all the great shots atop the Rocket Raceway Park here this weekend, part of the Racing Dirt crew. Robert, longtime member, always doing a great job up there as we go back green here in Real Racing Wheels B main number 3. 12 in, 3 to go. Terry Phillips ready to put the bow on this one. Jason Good may have something to say about the outcome, though. We'll see if he can challenge TP here in the final stages as we work off of turn number 4, 13 in and 2 to go.
You know, another guy looking sportier as this one goes on is the 19 SB of Lance Maury. He's really the first guy trying to make the inside of the racetrack work, but can't get it done off the exit of 2. Now Chase Allen going to challenge to the inside of 3.
Good race for the 3rd position as the white flag waves out in front of this one. That battle for 3rd is going to be a good one to watch, too. The checkers, Allen and Maury, they may have made a little contact there into turns 1 and 2. Maury's going to slide back down to the inside of the 130 of Allen. Oh, door shut for a moment. Maury stays out of the side of him for time being as Terry Phillips wins the B main. 2nd to Good, 3rd to Lance Maury, and Chase Allen takes the 4th and final transfer spot. Boy, Lance Maury and Chase Allen, they put on a show in that race for 3rd. Maury ultimately out hustling the 130 there to the checkered flag to finish in the 3rd place spot. Nonetheless, Chase Allen will make the A main. 2nd in that one goes to Jason Good, and your B main winner, he's out of Springfield, Missouri, in that GRT by Phillips. Andy Durham powered, Andy's Frozen Custard, Don Babb Motorsports, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Kaiser Manufacturing, and Midwest Sheet Metal 75. Terry Phillips, your winner in Real Racing Wheels B main number 3.
Terry Phillips had that one in hand the entire way. A couple of more shout-outs here on the Twitter page. Phil Whipple tuning in from Central Maine. So that's a long ways away. Glad to have you with us, Phil. Appreciate you tuning in on RacingDirt.com. Lori King tuning in, watching the Vanderbilt racers. Tough night for the Vanderbilt race cars, as you mentioned before. But Lori, again, glad to have you tuned in on RacingDirt.com. Keep those tweets coming at us. Tag us at RacingDirt. And it looks like we got some messages coming in from the RacingDirt.com crew down in the infield. Kevin Sester and Kevin Rogers working a tow truck here tonight. They're all over the place. And, pointing out when you're racing in Texas, of course, the old tow truck has a gun rack. So, when you're in Texas, do as Texans do, right?
There's no gun there, and that's a good thing because Sester's manning that operation. I could see one of those rounds getting fired off at any given point.
Yeah, somebody probably needs to keep that away from them.
Here we go. B-main action now for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. Ruben Broussard will be front row on the inside, the 51X. Out of Fort Worth and his outside will line up James Proctor racing out of Paris in the 28. Row 2 on the inside, Achille, Oklahoma racer Brian Baker, the 13B, alongside Muskogee, Oklahoma's Dennis Slater in the 19.
Lee inside of row number 3 from Bonham, Texas, the 952 is Cody Herndon, and to his outside from Salina, Texas, the 22C is Richard George Jr.
Row 4 on the inside, the 38 Double D, that is Rodney White out of Ector, Texas, alongside Charles George out of Achille, Oklahoma in the 16G.
Rolling off 9th from Arcadia, Oklahoma, the 413 is Christopher Bledsoe to his outside. From Paris, Texas, the 12W is scheduled to be Eric Whitaker.
Final 2 starters, Russell Mahan out of Wolf City, Texas, the 32M, and Ty Abernethy out of Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 4A. He will start 12th in this one. Says we are scheduled for 12 laps around the Rocket Raceway Park. Top 6 drivers advance in tonight's 500 to win Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A Main.
So green flag in the air for Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock B feature action here this evening. Number 51 going to grab the early lead down the front, back straightaway, that's Ruben Broussard. He'll lead the field through turns 3 and 4. Broussard going to lead lap number 1.
So going 10 laps here, getting the correction there. 10 laps this. And top 6 do advance, though. And right now, Ruben Broussard shows the way around the Rocket Raceway Park to try and 3 wide, a little deeper in the pack. That 38 Double D. Rodney White along the top side. 4 wide, possibly coming off of turn number 4. Boy, Rodney White is not afraid to ride the concrete, that 38 Double D to the extreme high line of the racetrack. He's going after the top 3 now, working off of turn 2.
Man, I don't know if I was ever that brave inside of a cockpit of a race car, but the 38 Double D of Rodney White has it working around the top side of Rocket Raceway Park. He's in 4th and once more.
Yeah, the 38 Double D letting her all hang out right now. Rodney White along the top side of the racetrack. He's going to go after the 28 now of James Proctor. Those 2 door to door, but the caution is going to come out. That is for the 32M of Russell Mahan.
So Russell Mahan sitting at the bottom side of turn number 4, and I think there for a moment, Bryce, even you and I held our breath as the 38 Double D come off of turn 4 nearly 4 wide. I didn't think that was going to work, but it sorted itself out down the front straightaway.
This racetrack is wide. I didn't think it was quite that wide, and Rodney White found a lane up there that's just needed brushed off. He just brushed it off, cleaned it up there, and we'll see who else dare adventure to the top side of the racetrack. But what a run there to the outside for the 38 Double D of Rodney White.
Might have to check the paint on all the rivet heads. It might have got scraped off down the front straightaway the last time by. But again, the 38 Double D putting on a show at the front of the field, though, continues to be Ruben Broussard as we're 3 laps into this 10-lap B feature.
So 3 in, 7 to go. Lights are going to go down. The top 6 advance into tonight's A main. Broussard with control of the restart. Mike Schrader likes what he sees. Out comes the green, and we're back underway.
Broussard once again going to lead the field into turns 1 and 2, but he doesn't know the 38 Double D is there at the exit of turn 2. Rodney White going to take over the lead as they enter turns 3 and 4. They'll race door to door off of turn number 4. New leader, 38 Double D, Rodney White.
Rodney White to the top spot. Ruben Broussard will drop back into 2nd now, 952. Cody Herndon, he's up in 3rd. 4th belongs to Brian Baker. Good three-car battle now for fifth, working off of turn 4.
Broussard doing the smart thing as the 38 Double D went streaking on by using the top side of the racetrack. Broussard has moved to the top now. Now he's going to give up the bottom, and Cody Herndon going to try to come after the 51 using the bottom side of the racetrack. So it's a tough spot to be in when somebody drives around you. You switch to their line, and then the line you were using. Here comes another car to drive back on by.
Yeah, Herndon's rolling. Now there's trouble, though, for the 38 Double D of Rodney White. He's slow around the bottom side of the racetrack. Tough break there for the 38 Double D of White. He'll exit off into the infield.
Same thing that happened to him earlier tonight in the heat race. That's going to hand the lead over, though, to the 952 of Cody Herndon. Herndon working the bottom side of the racetrack. The 51X of Broussard still trying to work around the top side. They're door-to-door into turn number 3.
Boy, good racing for the top spot here as the laps click away in this factory stock B main. The byline surveying USRA factory stocks. Herndon out in front. Broussard works in the second position. Third is Brian Baker. Fourth, the 22C of Richard George Jr. Abernathy now up into a transfer spot off the tail field. That's Ty Abernathy in the 4A as Ruben Broussard's going to grab the lead back away that time around from Herndon.
Broussard still sticking to the top side of the racetrack. Now that he's got the lead away, we'll have to see if he drops back to the bottom side. He'll keep it up around the top side of 3 and 4. Herndon continues to work around the hub of the racetrack. White flag in the starter's hand, not flying yet, so a couple of laps to go here for the 51 of Broussard as the field files down the back straightaway into 3 and 4.
Christopher Bledsoe on the 6th and final transfer spot back there in the 413 machine. He has that well in hand right now as we work to the final lap of this one. Broussard, Herndon, Baker, George, Abernathy, Bledsoe, your top 6 transfers here as we work the final lap of this B main.
Off of turn 4 for the final time, the 51X of Ruben Broussard going to pick up the B feature win. Cody Herndon finishes second, Brian Baker third, Richard George Jr. in fourth, Ty Abernathy fifth, and your 6th and final transfer for tonight's factory stocks, the 413 of Christopher Bledsoe.
So there you have it. Ruben Broussard wins the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock B main. That will set the field for all of our features here tonight. 4 main events remain. Getting word there's going to be a little bit of track prep taking place here in turns 1 and 2. Going to go to work on corner number 2 as you see the grader rollout onto the racetrack in turn 2. With that, on the Race and Dirt TV and Race on Texas broadcast online, we'll step aside, take a quick break, be back with A mains shortly here from the Rocket Raceway Park.
Since 1999, Bergola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at BergolaPerformanceSystems.com. Regola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got that. I'm the king. It's a thing. I'm the king. I got that. I'm the king. It's a thing. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
Hey race fans, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hambelton Ford. I have some exciting news. Mel Hambelton Ford Racing has started a rewards program just for you. For every dollar that you spend with MH Ford Racing, 5% will go back on your rewards card. It even applies to the wraps that you buy at BCC. All you have to do is purchase race gear, race fuel, tear-offs, wraps, etc., and you'll receive 5% on every sale. Reward dollars can be redeemed at all three of our locations, Mel Hambelton Ford, Mel Hambelton Quick Lane, and Big Corner Creative. It's that easy. Buy all your racing needs from us and get 5%. Sign up for reward cards today, in person, or give us a call. Mel Hambelton Ford. Experience the difference.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race fans, the C-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33C.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear? See Deather's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
The United States Modified Touring Series visits Red Dirt Raceway for the first time in series history for the inaugural Fallen Hero 50 presented by Racing Dirt. The best of the best will battle it out for a $7,000 top prize and bragging rights. Watch every lap of the Fallen Hero 50 from Red Dirt Raceway live on Racing Dirt.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
A spring showcase like none other. I-35 Speedway presents the Ice Buster, featuring USRA modified stock cars, B-mods, and E-mods on Saturday, March 19th from Winston, Missouri. Additional money is up for grab in all classes with no driver registration fee required in any class. Watch every lap of the Ice Buster from I-35 Speedway live with your Racing Dirt Pit Pass. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS Souvenir Trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Since 1999, Pergola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at FragolaPerformanceSystems.com. Fragola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got facts. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king. I got facts. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
So welcome back, those of you watching at home on Racing Dirt or RaceOnTexas.com. Again, opening night for the 2022 season for the United States Modified Touring Series. On hand here this evening at the Rocket Raceway Park in Petty, Texas. Also have USRA stock cars, USRA factory stocks, and USRA limited mods on hand. We are down to a final 4 A-feature events on the evening. Of course, right now, a little bit of final track prep taking place. Our infield announcer this evening, Pat Graham, coming to us down there. He's keeping a watchful eye over what's going on the racetrack. And Pat, what do you see down there going on, and what can we look forward to as the track wears on tonight in tonight's A-feature events?
Well, you know, you guys have been watching from home, and that down in turn 3 and 4, it's slicked off all the way up. But down here in 1 and 2, the moisture stuck in a little bit harder than they thought it would today, and they wanted to get rid of that cushion and to even widen this track out more in 1 and 2. And as you can see, they run the grader out here and move that cushion up a little bit. Now they're getting rid of the rest of the cushion. There's still going to be a little bit of moisture up here, but you know, that's going to make it even a wider racetrack than they've already had. Those B features were, you know, exciting to watch, but I know a lot of the drivers wanted to get rid of the cushion. So, as you can see, the track crew's out here, and they've had the grader going and so forth. So, just trying to make a better racing service for the drivers. That's what's the number one goal, and for everybody here at home and in the stands.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see a great race tonight when the A feature action kicks off. And if you look behind you, Pat, you'll see a big group of drivers and crew members watching what's going on down there outside of turn number 2. From a driver's perspective, you've sat behind the wheel of a modified and a stock car both. When the track does something like this and it's a big swing before we get into A feature action, what's going through the minds right now of those drivers and crews, and how do they approach the changes we're making to the racetrack here this evening?
Well, you know what, Eric? I was gonna give my answer to that, but I'm gonna talk to the champ, Derek Ramirez. I've got him down here. Trenton was able to rouse him up from. A lot of the drivers are down here looking to see what's going on and what was done with the track. Derek, what do you think? One, what they were trying to accomplish by that, and then what you think it's gonna be for come feature time.
I think they were just trying to get it smoothed out a little bit, maybe get rid of the cushion. I don't know. It's pretty deep, so there's a lot of moisture down in there. I'm afraid it'll probably just tear back up, but hopefully not. They're working hard, and that's all we can ask for. But I think slow and steady is going to win the race, so I think the bottom's going to be there.
Well, we won't tell anybody, and we won't tell any of the other drivers what Derek said and what line he's going to run. So we're just all kidding aside. But Derek, you know, the first time at this track, you know, for this year and early in the season, and this, you know, otherwise, other than the little bit of cushion, this track's been really nice and racy tonight.
Yeah, it's the first time we've been here since I think 14, 15 come here. Yeah, and it's way different than it was back then. I think the bank went all the way to the wall on the other end, and it's just a better surface here. I know they worked their butts off today, and I think some of the moisture settled down at the bottom, and it just kind of chunked out. But I think we'll put on a good show.
Derek, we'll let you get back to work now that you've seen what the track's doing. Good luck tonight. Eric and Bryce, we'll keep an eye on what's going on down here and see if we get one more driver. We got Tyler Davis over here. What do you think? You've seen what's going on. You heard what Derek said in that. What do they want to do here with getting rid of the cushion, and what do you think it's going to do by the time feature comes around?
I think it'll build back up a little bit, you know, and I think that'll make the race pretty good, you know. It'll probably even out, and by the end of the race, it'll probably be, you know, just who's the best and who can get around the bottom, probably the best, because it's going to get pretty rough up here again, so I'm looking forward to it.
You know, you saw some of those B features and that and how the track, and we call it, promoters like to call it a little bit of character. Racers call it a little bit of rough, how you want to say it. But, you know, it didn't dry out as much as I think everybody thought it would from last night. But it's cool when the promoters and whoever, you know, the track crew, they want to make it right for you guys.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people like it really smooth and really slick and really racy, and some people like it with the character in it. I'd rather get up on the wheel and gas on it a little bit myself.
I don't think the fans at home don't want to see that either. So there's a lot of excitement when it's like that. It's not just follow the leader. There's places to go, and sometimes it makes for some passing.
Yeah, the Bs were pretty good, even though they did tear up a little bit of stuff. But you've seen some good racing and guys giving and taking for sure.
Are you going to be out on the full tour this year? Is that the plan, or what are your plans for the season in 2022?
Right now, we're not planning on running the whole thing. Just it's fun to come down here and get going. So looking forward to win some races.
There you go. It's kind of fun to get out in March. We got some good weather. Oh, we got to watch out for the Bobcat. We got the grader and everything, mud coming through. So good luck the rest of the night.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll send it back up to you, Eric. And
hey, Pat, before he runs away too far, you might grab him real quick. You know, we've talked about Zach Vanderbeek on Baby Watch back home. Tyler Davis is as well. Has he had any updates from home since he's been here at the Rocket Raceway Park? Maybe if you looks like he's pulling away there.
He is. I would have tried to tackle him, and Trenton, I don't know if he can get him stopped on the way by, but yeah, we'll let him go. He's got those guys got to get back and work on their cars a little bit. Now that the track's just about ready to go, we even got the promoter of USMTS, Todd Staley, out here, Kevin Sester, and the whole gang working to get it. But we got cars coming to the racetrack, so we'll send it back up to you guys.
So as we've got our first of 4 A features making their way onto the speedway, as you see a mad scramble off of the racing surface over there at the top side of turns number 1 and 2. This is going to be your Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car A feature event. As the field rotates around the speedway, we'll go ahead and give you the starting lineup. On the pole from Lubbock, Texas, driving car number 47, it'll be Trey Milton. And to his outside from Aurora, Missouri, car number 2 is Zeb Keeper. On the inside of row number 2 from Alamogordo, New Mexico, the number 74 is Jason Joslin. And to his outside from Warrensburg, Missouri, the 8M is James McMillan. On the inside of row number 3 from Bells, Texas, the 21P is Paul Peters. And to his outside from Little Rock, Arkansas, car number 3 is Aaron Stewart. On the inside of row number 4 from Hendricks, Oklahoma, the 858 is Chris Webb. And to his outside, the 82 from Bonham, Texas will be Shelby Williams. Rolling off 9th from Caddo Mills, Texas, the number 2R is Michael Risky. And to his outside from Chateau, Oklahoma, the 110J, that's J.D. Jackson. Your 6th and final row tonight for your Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars from Caddo Mills, Texas. Car number 29 is Michael Risky Sr. Your final starter from Platoonville, Texas. Car number 13, that'll be John Winters. 12 cars going to go 16 laps tonight in tonight's Douglas Distributing USRA stock car, a main event. So track officials communicating with the drivers over the receiver radios, letting them know that we are set to go racing. You see Todd Staley keeping a watchful eye over the entire field over there in turns 1 and 2. Field doubled up down the back straightaway. It is time for the first A feature of the evening. Race fans, step up on your feet. Wave as these drivers wave back at you. It's your first A feature of the night, the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars. Lights go down around the Rocket Raceway Park. Field's going to tighten up down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. We're going to be green flag racing this time off of turn number 4. So green flag is in the air for the 47 of Trey Melton. He'll grab the early lead down the back straightaway, though. We got a door-to-door race between the 74 Jason Joslin as well, trying to catch the number on the other driver racing side by side. Good battle, though, off of turn number 4. That's the 8M of James McMillan. So McMillan grabs the second spot. Now he's going to come after the lead. He'll get it done off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. McMillan continues to lead. Caution on the speedway. We've got a car sitting backwards at the bottom side of turns 3 and 4.
Looks like J.D. Jackson in the 110 there.
You know, believe it or not, I did have an eye appointment the other day. Just haven't gotten the new lenses yet. So that 3 and 4, a little bit of a tricky spot the way the booth is set up here. So appreciate the help on that one. So after lap number 1, Trey Melton, your early leader. Jason Joslin runs second. James McMillan third. Zeb Keeper fourth. And Paul Peters rounds out your top 5. 1 of 16 completed. Live timing and scoring actually showing no laps completed yet. So going to try to get official word on whether or not we have a lap down in that A feature event or not. Looks like we did get a lap completed as the leader out on the front row by himself. So Trey Melton will bring the field back to green, this time off of turn number 4.
So back to the green here for the Douglas Distributing USRA stock cars, and that was a really good start for the 74 of Jason Joslin, perhaps a little bit too good.
That was a real good start for the 74.
Yeah, he's going to be docked a position on this restart as well. We're going to move Paul Peters up into his position as the 74 of Jason Joslin, called for jumping that restart. A really good heat race win earlier in the night for the 74. That car has been fast here in the early goings this weekend at the Rocket Raceway Park. Unfortunately, a little too quick on the trigger there on the restart of that one, and he will get called for jumping the start.
Well, he said earlier today when he pulled in, he was already tired from the drive. He just wants to get this thing done a little bit quicker.
The quicker he wins, the quicker he gets back to Alamogordo. Though that's the problem, is that's going to be tomorrow night. He's still got to stick around for tomorrow, but nonetheless, if he's going to push it along.
This time off of turn number 4, field comes back to green. The 47 of Trey Melton fires first. Joslin, though, sticks it 3 wide to the bottom of turns 1 and 2, so it didn't really matter as Joslin in the runner-up spot, but he's got a couple of guys chasing into turn 3.
Yeah, Shelby Williams rolling along the bottom side of the racetrack. That 82, he takes it 3 wide as McMillan goes in between Williams and Joslin down the front straightaway. McMillan now down to the inside. Good racing there for that number 2 spot. Those two going at it as Trey Melton hits his marks out in front of your field here in the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car A main.
Joslin got tied off the top side of turn number 4. That allowed the 82 of Williams to take a look to the inside. He couldn't quite do anything with it. Now he'll drop to the bottom side of turns 2. Right as Joslin tries to take a look underneath McMillan as well. So we got a 3-car battle over the second spot, 3 wide to the flag stand.
Yeah, 3 wide down the front straightaway. Shelby Williams working the inside line of the racetrack. Joslin through the middle as McMillan works the outside line. McMillan back up into second. Shelby Williams along the bottom. They'll drop Joslin back into the 4th place spot. Trey Melton's getting ready to be under attack from both the 8M and the 82. McMillan along the top side. Williams to the bottom. Melton's still your leader, but for how long?
Next February. So the more I watch these guys race on this track, yeah, definitely, I'd definitely like to have the 1G down here. But you're right, that race for second and third was really heating up, and you get some more buggies on this, more stock cars down here, running here more and more. I think it's only going to get better.
Yeah, absolutely, Pat. You touch on that that stock car special, the Eiffel Tower Classic. I will try to get the dates on that. That's next February. You can check out the info on rocketracewaypark.com or on the Facebook page there. But a $1,000 to win, $2,000 to win, $5,000 to win, 3 complete shows, $2,000 bonus if you win all 3. So a possible $10,000 coming up next February as they continue to try to grow this stock car class here in Texas.
Yeah, when Kevin posted that and used our car in the picture, my crew chief, Dana Brugman, and my wife, they both mentioned or smilingly mentioned, well, we're in the ad, so I guess that means we're coming. So maybe he guilted me into it. I don't know. But no, it's a really cool racetrack, and you're right. It's starting to really race really well.
Yeah, again, an impressive A feature so far. Early in this one, of course, Trey Melton at the front of the field. He was under attack from James McMillan and Shelby Williams both. Both of those drivers looked like they were going to be able to mount a charge and drive right past the 47 of Trey Melton. Right before the lights went out, we were just talking about it, and again, glad to know that everybody able to get it woed up and avoid any kind of a major collision. Glad to know that nobody got hurt out of that situation, and again, track crews working feverishly to try to get figured out what's going on and get the lights back up and going so we can get back to racing action. Bryce, again, like I said, something I've never been quite a part of, and definitely a scary situation when it happens.
Yeah, it was. All I can say, we just lost power, and the PA, I kind of heard that flash in our ears. It's strange that this power flashed up here in the booth and then came right back up. Of course, lost the stream momentarily on Racing Dirt TV as well. So if you're just now getting that back up, I'm sure you can see it as well. That it's pretty dark out here at Petty, Texas. But the power took the lights out here at the racetrack for a few moments. Once we get an update, we'll pass that along to you great race fans, and appreciate your patience and understanding here as we'll try to get this sorted out.
Yeah, like I said, somebody may have to go call Joe Duvall. If he helps us out tonight, does that maybe bump up does that better his starting position at all, do you think?
Let's just tell a funny story here quickly about the last time Joe Duvall had to fix the lights here at the 82 Speedway. He got the lights fixed, had a little bit of a late start. It was, I believe, May of 2020. I was here for that race, just a weekly show. Joe was down here. The lights went out. Actually, it was just, I believe, 1 or 2 lights down in turn 1. It wasn't the entire track lights like in this situation, but got those fixed, and his reward for that, as the control car at that race, he was starting front row on the inside, and they said he jumped the start, so he got doctoro. So no, if you're asking that, any favor is going to get passed along to the electrician that solves this. It didn't happen 2 years ago, if history's an indicator there.
Wow. Yeah.
It was harsh treatment. It was hard to see.
That's wow.
The control car, the pole car jumps, goes back a row after getting your lights back up.
I don't know. I have yet to figure out how the control car jumps the start. Of course, that's the racer in me talking. I've been docked for being the control car jumping a start. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter that I took off in turn 3 that night, but it has happened to me before, so I understand the frustration in that.
Yeah. He was told the flagman starts the race, so that was I guess the end of the conversation there, but it kind of makes for a nice chuckle down the road, and that's the good thing about Joe, man. He can shake those things off and not hold them too dear to his heart, but appreciate everybody working here to get the lights back on.
Speaking of Joe Duvall, one other thing that we need to mention, Joe Duvall, of course, he was quick time in his qualifying group here earlier this evening. I don't think you or I, either one of us, knew it at the time, but 14.473 seconds, a new track record here at the Rocket Raceway Park under qualifying efforts here this evening.
Yeah, man, that's humming around this racetrack, Joe, I feel like he's got a little different approach coming into this season. Of course, Mike Goki used to be crewed there with Jesse Sobbing, a few other Jet Racing, back in the day. Adam Cates, the most recent team that Goki headed up. So Mike Goki now the crew member there for Joe Duvall, and just kind of refreshing the program, it seems like, for Joe. Danny Crane, of course, his former crew member, moving along to Jacob Blease. They're working through as well. So that's kind of another part of the sport that we don't always get to see. But I do think Joe's got some new energy coming into this season. You kind of seen that play out tonight.
Yeah, there's a few guys that have changed crews and changed hands. It's a part of the sport that we don't always get to peel back the layers and talk about and take a real deep dive into. But whatever those guys got going on with the 91 car, it seems to have made an improvement, at least obviously very early in the going here. But we see that here this evening. Of course, some changes for the defending champion as well, Derek Ramirez in car 4R on that crew, on that team.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Carver, who has crewed for Jason Hughes for several years now, jumping on board with Marco and the rest of the crew members there at the Ramirez Motorsports team. And again, I think that brought some new energy that we saw for Derek Ramirez down at the Wild West Shootout as well. And Steve-O certainly knows his way around a race car, and he has moved along there. I know he and Jason Hughes had an agreeable set of terms on his exit there, so it's going to be interesting to see what Steve Carver brings for Derek Ramirez. Like I said, as much as you thought that might have been the complete stride last season of Derek Ramirez, I'm not sure it is. So I think we're going to see more out of that 4R going forward with Steve Carver now on the team.
Well, and with that $100,000 top prize for the championship point standings on the line, courtesy of S&S Fishing and Rental in the USMTS Modified Series, anybody that's able to grab that, it's definitely going to be an up and down season for everybody all year long. The competition is going to be at an all-time high, and if early dividends on the racing here this evening prove anything, this is set to be one of the toughest years yet on tour.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And, Tanner Mullins said you've got to get going early. You don't want to get buried behind. That's what he felt like happened to him as we saw him get stronger throughout the season and ultimately up into the top 3. So I think everybody knows that. Everybody recognizes that as well. The short season there, we were scheduled for 36 last year, ended up running 31. We're scheduled for 43 this year. We know we're not going to probably make a perfect full schedule there. So everybody knows that shorter season, with this much competition, you got to have your best effort and put your best foot forward as we start the season off.
Yeah, let's take a little bit closer look while we have some downtime here. Again, scary situation on track here at the Rocket Raceway Park. The lights going out around the speedway. We're waiting on track officials to get those back up so that we can get back to racing action. Talking about the 2022 Tour schedule for the USMTS Modified Series, let's take a little bit deeper look into that, as there are some people here in the grandstands that have traveled from other areas to come in and catch the opening night, and they may want to know what's going on throughout the year. Of course, we've talked about it already. 3 weeks from now, we're gonna go to Humboldt Speedway for one of the crown jewels of the USMTS Tour, the King of America at the Humboldt Speedway.
Yeah, the 11th edition of King of America. Like we said, only one repeat winner in that, so 9 different winners to